Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, dramatic, and full of heartbreaking secrets, betrayal, and painful choices. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a woman who discovered her husband had another wife. My name is Susan Cooper, and for many years I believed I had the perfect family. I was 34 years old and lived in the quiet town of Maple Glen, a peaceful place surrounded by green fields, small farms, and old oak trees. Everyone knew everyone. Neighbors greeted each other every morning, children played safely in the streets, and life moved slowly. I had lived there since I was a little girl. My husband, James Cooper, was one of the most respected men in town. He owned a small woodworking shop where he built furniture, repaired doors, and made beautiful wooden cabinets. People often said James could turn an ordinary piece of wood into something wonderful. He worked hard every day. He smiled often. He was always willing to help others. Everyone admired him. I admired him too. We had been married for 12 years and had two wonderful children. Our son, Jason, was 10 years old. He loved climbing trees and dreamed of becoming an engineer. Our daughter, Deborah, was 7. She spent hours drawing flowers, birds, and little houses with colorful pencils. Our home was small, but it was full of laughter. At least, that was what I believed. Every morning, James kissed me goodbye before leaving for work. "I'll be home before dinner," he always said with a warm smile. Sometimes he was, sometimes he wasn't. When he arrived late, he always had a reason. A customer needed help. I had to finish an important project. I met a supplier from another town. His explanations always sounded reasonable. I never questioned him. Trust was the strongest part of our marriage. Or so I thought. About 20 kilometers away, in the nearby town of Riverside, another woman also believed she was living a happy life. Her name was Victoria Hayes. Victoria was 32 years old and worked as a music teacher at the local elementary school. She was cheerful, intelligent, and loved helping children discover their talents. She had been married to James for almost 6 years, but she knew him from another part of his life. To her, James was a businessman who often traveled because many customers wanted his handmade furniture. She admired his dedication. She believed every word he told her. Victoria lived alone with James in a comfortable house near the river. They had no children yet, although they had often talked about starting a family. "I want our children to grow up hearing music every day," Victoria liked to say. James always smiled. "Soon," he answered, "very soon." She believed him. For years, James carefully divided his time. From Monday morning until Friday afternoon, he stayed with Susan in Maple Glen. Every Friday evening, he packed a small travel bag. "I have work in Riverside," he told Susan. She never doubted him. Meanwhile, Victoria believed James spent weekdays traveling to different villages for work before returning home every weekend. Each woman thought she understood his schedule. Neither realized they were only seeing half of his life. It was a dangerous secret, one that became harder to protect every year. James kept 2 calendars, 2 sets of family photographs, 2 wedding rings. When he stayed with Susan, he wore the simple gold ring they had exchanged years ago. Before arriving in Riverside, he quietly replaced it with another ring that Victoria had chosen together with him. He even carried 2 wallets. One contained pictures of Jason and Deborah. The other held a photograph of Victoria smiling beside a lake. Sometimes when he looked at both pictures late at night, guilt filled his heart. "What am I doing?" he whispered to himself. But every Monday morning, he continued living the same lie. He convinced himself he was protecting everyone. As long as nobody discovered the truth, everything would remain peaceful. He was wrong. One Saturday afternoon, Susan was cleaning the attic. Dust covered the old wooden floor and sunlight entered through a small window. She wanted to organize several boxes that had not been opened for years. Most contained old clothes, childhood toys, and family photographs. Then she found something unusual, a small black notebook. It belonged to James. She almost put it back without opening it, but a folded paper slipped onto the floor. It was a hotel receipt. The address surprised her. Riverside. She looked at the date. It wasn't during one of James's business trips. According to his calendar, he had told her he was working late in Maple Glen that week. Susan frowned. "That's strange," she whispered. She picked up the notebook. Inside were several appointments. Most seemed ordinary. Customer names, delivery dates, wood orders. Then she noticed something else. Every weekend had only one short word written beside it. Home. She smiled. "That's sweet," she thought. But then another question entered her mind. If weekends are home, what are weekdays? She quickly closed the notebook. Maybe she was imagining things. Everyone made mistakes when writing notes. There had to be a simple explanation. She placed the notebook back inside the box. Still, the question remained in her mind. That same weekend, Victoria experienced something unusual as well. She was preparing dinner when James received a phone call. His phone was charging in the kitchen. "I'll answer it," Victoria called happily. Before James could stop her, she looked at the screen. The caller ID simply said, J. Brooks. She answered, "Hello?" A young voice replied, "Dad, are you coming to my soccer game next Wednesday?" Victoria froze. "Dad?" The boy continued, "You promised." Victoria couldn't speak. After several seconds, the call ended. James slowly entered the kitchen. "Who was it?" he asked quietly. Victoria stared at him. "A little boy." James's face lost its color. "He called you Dad?" Silence filled the room. Then James forced a weak smile. "Oh, that. My friend asked me to help his son. Sometimes the boy calls me Dad as a joke." Victoria wanted to believe him. She truly did. But something inside her changed that evening. For the first time since their marriage, doubt entered her heart. During the following weeks, both women noticed small details they had ignored before. Susan found receipts from places James had never mentioned. Victoria noticed that James became nervous whenever she asked about his weekdays. Jason once asked his father, "Dad, why can't we ever visit your work in Riverside?" James immediately changed the subject. Deborah noticed it too. "Daddy," she asked one evening, "why do you always leave on Fridays?" James smiled gently. "Because that's when grown-ups work the hardest." The children accepted the answer. Susan didn't. Not anymore. Late one night, James sat alone outside the house. The moon reflected across the quiet fields. Everything around him looked peaceful, but inside he felt a storm growing stronger. He knew he couldn't continue forever. Too many questions, too many lies, too many people depend on him. For the first time in years, he wondered if the truth would be less painful than the secret. Unfortunately, the truth was already moving toward him. Neither Susan nor Victoria knew it yet, but within a few days, one unexpected meeting would change all of their lives forever. The following Monday morning, Susan stood in the kitchen making breakfast for Jason and Deborah. The children laughed while eating pancakes, but her thoughts were somewhere else. She could not stop thinking about the hotel receipt, or the notebook, or the strange phone call James had quickly hidden from her the night before. For years, she had trusted every word her husband said. Now that trust feels weaker every day. After the children left for school, Susan cleaned the dishes and looked at James's calendar hanging on the wall. He had written only 2 words for Friday, Riverside meeting. She quietly copied the address from one of the old receipts into a small notebook. I only want answers, she whispered to herself. I'm not trying to find trouble. That same morning in Riverside, Victoria arrived early at school. Her students were preparing for the annual Spring Music Festival, one of the biggest events of the year. Parents from both Riverside and nearby towns would attend. There would be singing, dancing, and performances from every class. Victoria loved organizing the festival. It always brought the community together. Her best friend and fellow teacher, Rachel Morgan, noticed that Victoria looked worried. You seem distracted today, Rachel said gently. Is everything all right? Victoria forced a smile. I'm just tired. Rachel crossed her arms. I've known you for 8 years. You're hiding something. Victoria hesitated before telling Rachel about the strange phone call. Rachel listened carefully. Maybe it really was his friend's son, suggested Rachel. Maybe, Victoria answered, but why did James look so frightened? Rachel had no answer. On Friday afternoon, James packed his travel bag as usual. He kissed Susan goodbye. I'll be back Sunday evening. She smiled politely. Drive safely. Her voice sounded calm. Inside, her heart was racing. The moment James's truck disappeared down the road, Susan picked up her handbag, she locked the front door, and drove toward Riverside. She had never visited that town before. She didn't know exactly what she was looking for. She only wanted the truth. Meanwhile, James arrived at Victoria's house. She welcomed him with a warm smile, but he noticed something had changed. She hugged him, but not as tightly as before. At dinner, she asked simple questions. How was work? Busy, he answered. Who were your customers? She asked. A few families, he answered again. What did you build? She asked. A kitchen. His answers were short, almost rehearsed. Victoria quietly watched him. She knew James better than anyone, or at least she thought she did. Something was wrong. The next afternoon, Riverside was full of people attending the Spring Music Festival. Children wore colorful clothes, parents carried flowers and cameras. Music filled the school playground. Susan had arrived in town nearly an hour earlier. She walked slowly through the festival, hoping she might discover why James visited Riverside so often. She felt almost foolish. What am I doing here? She asked herself. Then she saw him, James. He was standing beside a beautiful woman with dark brown hair. They were laughing together. The woman gently held his arm. Susan stopped walking. Her breathing became slow. No. She shook her head. No. She watched as James helped the woman carry several boxes into the school building. They looked comfortable together, natural, like a married couple. Susan followed them from a distance. Inside the building, Victoria was arranging chairs for the evening performance. She smiled when James entered. Could you help me move the piano? She asked. Of course, he replied. They worked together while talking quietly. Susan stood just outside the open classroom door. Every word reached her. Thank you for always supporting me, Victoria said softly. I couldn't ask for a better husband. Susan felt as though the room began spinning. Her hands trembled. She leaned against the wall to keep from falling. Husband, the word echoed in her mind. She wanted to believe she had misunderstood, but deep inside, she already knew. Before Susan could leave, Rachel noticed her standing alone. Excuse me, Rachel said kindly. Are you looking for someone? Susan tried to smile. I'm looking for James Cooper. Rachel smiled immediately. Oh, Victoria's husband. The word struck Susan harder than anything else. She looked toward the classroom again. Victoria's husband, her own husband, the same man. Rachel continued speaking. They're such a lovely couple. Susan barely heard the rest. She thanked Rachel and slowly walked outside. She sat on a bench beneath a large maple tree. Tears rolled down her face. Everything she believed about her marriage had fallen apart in only a few minutes. Inside the school, Victoria noticed James looking through the window. "What are you staring at?" she asked. "I thought I saw someone I knew," he said. He stepped outside, but Susan had already disappeared into the crowd. That evening, Susan drove home in complete silence. She cried several times during the trip. When she finally arrived, Jason ran toward her. "Mom, Dad forgot my soccer game again." She hugged her son tightly. "I'm sorry." Jason looked confused. "Why are you crying?" Susan quickly wiped away her tears. "I'm just tired." She didn't want her children to know, not yet. The following morning, Victoria was cleaning the living room when she found James's travel bag still open. One corner of a photograph was sticking out of an inside pocket. She pulled it out. It showed James standing beside a smiling woman, a little boy, a little girl. They looked like a family. On the back, someone had written, "Our happiest summer together. Love always, Susan." Victoria's hands began shaking. The room became completely silent. She stared at the picture for several minutes. Finally, James walked downstairs. He stopped the moment he saw the photograph. Neither of them spoke. Victoria slowly looked up. "Who is Susan?" James closed his eyes. He had imagined this moment many times. He had prepared dozens of excuses, but now none of them felt possible. He whispered only one sentence. "I can explain." Victoria's eyes filled with tears. "No." She shook her head slowly. "I think you've been explaining for years." For the next hour, James admitted everything. He confessed that Susan was his first wife, that Jason and Deborah were his children, that he had married Victoria 6 years earlier without telling either woman the truth. Victoria listened in complete silence. When James finished speaking, she asked only one question. "Does she know about me?" He lowered his head. "I don't think so." Victoria looked out the window. "You've destroyed 3 lives, and the saddest part," she paused, "is that both of us trusted you completely." Across town, Susan sat alone in her living room. The family photograph stood on the shelf. She stared at James's smiling face. Then she picked up her phone. After a long moment, she searched for the number written on one of the Riverside school brochures. Victoria Hayes. Her finger hovered over the call button. She took a deep breath, pressed it, and waited. The phone began to ring. Victoria stared at her phone as it rang. She almost ignored the call. She was emotionally exhausted after learning the truth about James's secret life. She had spent the last hour crying, asking questions that had no comforting answers. Finally, she answered, "Hello?" There was a long silence. Then a quiet voice spoke. "Is this Victoria Hayes?" Susan asked. "Yes," Victoria answered. "My name is Susan Cooper." Victoria closed her eyes. She already knew who Susan was. "I think," Susan continued softly, "we need to talk." Victoria took a deep breath. "I agree." The 2 women decided to meet the next afternoon at a small cafe halfway between Maple Glen and Riverside. It was a quiet place, surrounded by flowers and tall trees. Neither of them knew what to expect. When Susan arrived, Victoria was already sitting at a table near the window. For a moment, they simply looked at each other. Neither woman was angry with the other. Instead, they saw the same pain reflected in each other's eyes. Susan sat down. "I'm sorry we had to meet like this." Victoria nodded. "So am I." A waitress brought them coffee, but neither woman touched the cups. Finally, Susan spoke. "How long have you been married to James?" "Almost 6 years," Victoria replied. Susan looked down at the table. "I've been married to him for 12 years. Victoria sighed. "So he lied to both of us from the beginning." Susan nodded slowly. "Yes." For nearly 2 hours, they shared their stories. Susan talked about raising Jason and Deborah. Victoria spoke about her dreams of starting a family. They showed each other photographs, birthday parties, family vacations, wedding pictures. Each photograph revealed another lie James had carefully hidden. Sometimes they cried. Sometimes they laughed bitterly at how many excuses James had invented over the years. He always said weekends were busy because of work, Susan said. Victoria smiled sadly. He told me weekdays were filled with business trips. They both shook their heads. The truth seemed almost impossible to believe. Meanwhile, James sat alone in his workshop. The sound of hammers and saws was gone. For the first time in years, he had closed the shop without finishing a single project. His hands rested on an unfinished wooden table. He couldn't concentrate. Every corner of the workshop reminded him of promises he had broken. He remembered meeting Susan when they were both young. She had believed in him before anyone else did. Years later, he met Victoria while repairing the music room at Riverside School. He had wanted to tell her the truth many times, but each lie made the next one easier, until the lies became his everyday life. Now there was no escape. That evening, Susan returned home. Jason was doing his homework. Deborah was drawing pictures at the kitchen table. Both children smiled when they saw her. "Mom," Deborah said happily, "Dad said we might go camping next month." Susan's heart ached. She knelt beside her daughter. "I'm not sure that's going to happen." "Why?" Deborah asked. Susan gently brushed Deborah's hair away from her face. "Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes, big mistakes." The little girl looked confused but nodded quietly. Later that night, James came home. He found Susan waiting in the living room. There was no anger in her face, only sadness. He sat across from her. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Susan looked directly into his eyes. "Sorry isn't enough." "I know," he said again. "Our children trusted you." He lowered his head. "I know." She took a deep breath. "Did you ever love us?" James answered without hesitation. "Yes, I loved all of you." Susan shook her head. "No, you loved yourself. If you truly loved us, you would have respected us enough to tell the truth." Her words hurt because they were true. The following day, Victoria visited James one final time. She stood outside the workshop while he quietly opened the door. "I wasn't sure you'd come." "I almost didn't," she replied. They walked inside. The room smelled of fresh wood and paint. Victoria looked around at the furniture James had built. "You create beautiful things." He smiled sadly. "I used to think I did." She looked at him calmly. "James, I don't hate you." He looked surprised. "I don't, but I can't stay with someone I no longer trust." He slowly nodded. "I understand. I hope one day you become the honest man you always pretended to be," she said. Those words stayed with him long after she left. Several weeks passed. Susan filed for divorce. Victoria did the same. The legal process took time, but both women supported each other through it. Their friendship surprised everyone. Instead of blaming one another, they realized they had both been victims of the same deception. Sometimes they met for coffee. Sometimes the children came along. Jason and Deborah liked Victoria immediately. She taught them simple songs on the piano and encouraged Deborah to keep drawing. Life slowly became peaceful again. Not because everything was perfect, but because the lies were finally over. James sold his workshop a few months later. The memories inside the building had become too painful. He moved to a small apartment in another town and found work repairing furniture for a local company. His new life was quiet, very quiet. Every evening he thought about the choices that had brought him there. He missed his children. He missed the family dinners. He missed hearing laughter inside the house. Most of all, he missed the trust he had thrown away. He understood something that no one had been able to teach him before. A lie may solve today's problem, but tomorrow it grows into something much bigger. One sunny afternoon, nearly a year later, Susan and Victoria met again at the same little cafe. This time, they were smiling. Life was still difficult, but they were stronger than before. Victoria had accepted a new position as the music director at a larger school. Susan had started a small bakery in Maple Glen. The business was growing, and the whole town loved her homemade bread and cakes. "You look happier," Victoria said. "I am," Susan replied. "What about you?" Victoria smiled. "I'm finally living without questions." They laughed softly. For the first time since meeting each other, neither of them felt trapped by the past. As the sun began to set, Susan watched Jason and Deborah playing in the nearby park. She smiled. Life had changed in ways she had never expected. Some dreams had ended, new ones had begun. She had learned that trust was one of the most valuable gifts a person could receive. Once broken, it was almost impossible to repair. But even after heartbreak, people could find the strength to begin again. Sometimes the hardest endings became the first step toward a better future. And that was the greatest lesson of all. Thank you for watching till the end, and don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, dramatic, and full of heartbreak, lies, betrayal, and difficult choices. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a woman whose marriage was destroyed by one unexpected phone call. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. My name is Rebecca Sullivan. I am 32 years old and I live in Denver, Colorado. For the past 9 years, I have worked as a librarian in the city's largest public library. Most people think a library is always quiet and peaceful. Most days they are right. I spend my time helping children find adventure stories, students prepare for exams, and older people discover new hobbies. I have always loved books because every story has an ending. Real life is different. Sometimes a single phone call can begin a story you never wanted to live. And sometimes that story leaves you asking one painful question over and over again. What should I tell him? The him was my husband, Edward Sullivan. Edward was 35 and worked as a structural engineer. He designed office buildings and schools across Colorado. He believed every problem had a solution if you stayed calm and looked at the facts. That was one of the reasons I fell in love with him. He made me feel safe. We had been married for 6 years. We were not rich, but we were happy. Every Friday evening, we ordered pizza, watched old movies, and laughed about the strange people we met during the week. Life was simple, or at least I believed it was. Everything changed on a cold Tuesday afternoon in November. I was organizing returned books when my phone vibrated inside my pocket. The number was unknown. Normally, I ignored unknown numbers while I was working. For some reason, I answered. "Hello?" There was silence. Then a woman's voice spoke quietly. "Is this Rebecca Sullivan?" "Yes," I replied. "My name is Helen Grant." I searched my memory, but the name meant nothing. "I'm sorry," I said. "Do I know you?" "No," she answered, "but I know your husband." I felt nervous. "What about him?" Another pause. "I don't know how to say this. My hands suddenly felt cold. What happened? Is Edward okay? He's fine, she replied quickly, at least physically. I frowned. What does that mean? She took a deep breath. I think you deserve to know the truth. Before I could ask another question, she continued. I've been dating Edward for almost 8 months. For several seconds, I forgot how to breathe. The library around me disappeared. The voices, the footsteps, the sound of pages turning, everything became silent. You're lying, I whispered. I wish I were, she replied. You have the wrong person, I said. I don't, she confirmed. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. My husband is Edward Sullivan. He's an engineer. I know, she answered softly. He told me he was divorced. Those words hit me harder than anything else. Divorced. Edward had told another woman that I no longer existed? I leaned against a bookshelf because my knees suddenly felt weak. If this is some kind of joke, it isn't, she interrupted me. Then prove it. I can, she replied. A second later, my phone received 3 photographs. With shaking hands, I opened them. The first picture showed Edward sitting at an outdoor cafe. The second showed him smiling beside a woman with long brown hair. The third picture made my heart stop. Edward was kissing her. The date in the corner of the photo showed it had been taken only 2 weeks earlier. I stared at the screen. This couldn't be real. Edward had told me he was attending a business conference that weekend. Instead, he had been with another woman. I didn't know, Helen said quietly. He always told me his marriage ended years ago. Last night, I accidentally found a family photograph inside his wallet. I closed my eyes. Family photograph. Our photograph. The one we had taken on our 5th wedding anniversary. When I asked him about it, she continued, he admitted he was still married. I couldn't speak. I ended the relationship immediately. Another long silence filled the phone. I almost walked away without telling you. So why didn't you? I asked. Because if I were you, I'd like someone to tell me, she replied. Tears slowly rolled down my face. I don't expect you to believe me, she said, but I couldn't keep his secret. The call ended. I stood between 2 bookshelves for almost 10 minutes without moving. A little boy walked past holding a dinosaur book. He smiled at me. I smiled back automatically. Inside, my whole world had collapsed. That evening, I drove home more slowly than usual. Every traffic light seemed to last forever. Every minute gave me another chance to think. Maybe the pictures were old. Maybe they were fake. Maybe someone was trying to destroy our marriage. By the time I reached our house, I had invented 20 different explanations. Edward opened the front door before I even reached it. "There you are," he said cheerfully. "I was wondering where you were." He kissed my forehead the same way he always did. The same lips I had just seen kissing another woman. "You look tired," he said. "Long day?" "Yes," I replied. That was all I could manage. He smiled. "I'll finish dinner. Go relax." I walked upstairs, closed the bedroom door, and cried silently into a pillow. For the next 3 days, I said nothing. I watched Edward carefully, every smile, every phone call, every excuse. Every time he checked his messages and turned his screen away from me. Had he always done that, or had I simply never noticed? On Friday evening, he said, "I have another meeting in Aspen tomorrow." Another meeting, another lie. I nodded. "What time are you leaving?" I asked. 7. He smiled naturally. "I'll probably be back late." I forced myself to smile too. "Drive safely." That night, I barely slept. The next morning, Edward left exactly at 7. 30 minutes later, I got into my own car and followed him. Instead of driving toward Aspen, Edward drove south. Almost 40 minutes later, he parked outside a small restaurant beside a lake. I parked across the street. 5 minutes passed. Then a familiar woman stepped out of another car. Long brown hair, blue jacket. Helen. Edward walked toward her. They hugged, not like friends, not like strangers, like two people who cared deeply for each other. I watched from inside my car as my husband took her hands. He looked desperate. He was explaining something. Helen shook her head. Edward reached for her again. She stepped back. Then she walked away. Edward stood alone beside the lake for several minutes before returning to his car. I couldn't hear a single word, but I had seen enough. The photographs had been real. The affair had been real. My marriage? It was no longer the marriage I believed it was. That evening, Edward returned home carrying flowers. I felt bad about working another weekend, he said, so I bought these for you. I looked at the flowers, beautiful white lilies, my favorite. He still remembered. That somehow made everything hurt even more. He kissed my cheek. I love you. 3 simple words, words I had dreamed of hearing when we first met, words that now felt painfully empty. I looked into his eyes. He smiled exactly as he always had. He believed I knew nothing. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw the flowers across the room. I wanted to ask him one question. Why? Instead, I smiled. Thank you. Later that night, while Edward slept peacefully beside me, I stared at the ceiling. I wasn't wondering whether he had betrayed me anymore. I already knew the answer. The only question left was the one that refused to leave my mind. What should I tell him? I did not sleep that night. Edward lay beside me, breathing peacefully as if nothing had changed. I stared at the ceiling until the first light of morning entered our bedroom. Every few minutes, I looked at him and asked myself the same question. Who are you? The man sleeping next to me looked exactly like the husband I had married, but suddenly he felt like a stranger. For the next week, I acted as though everything was normal. I went to work every morning. I helped visitors find books. I smiled at the children during story time. I laughed with my coworkers. No one guessed that my heart was breaking. At home, Edward continued pretending that nothing was wrong. He kissed me goodbye every morning. He asked about my day every evening. Sometimes he even talked excitedly about our future. We should finally take that vacation to Italy next summer, he said one evening while washing the dishes. I looked at him quietly. Italy. We had dreamed about that trip for years. Was he planning to go with me or with someone else? I'd like that, I answered softly. The lie tasted bitter. 3 days later, Helen called again. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. I don't know what I want anymore, I admitted. I'm sorry, I know. I keep thinking about you. There was a long silence. Finally, I asked the question that had been living inside my head. Did he tell you he loved you? Yes, she said. My eyes filled with tears. And did you love him? Another pause. I thought I did. What happened after I found out? He begged me to stay. He said your marriage had been over for years. He said you were only together because you couldn't afford a divorce. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, because it was unbelievable. Edward and I were financially comfortable. We owned our home. Neither of us depended on the other. Everything he had told Helen was a complete lie. I ended it, she continued. I don't want a relationship built on dishonesty. I don't forgive him, but I don't hate him either. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. What do you want from me now? I asked. Nothing. I only wanted you to know the truth." Before ending the call, she said something I never forgot. "Rebecca, don't let him decide your future for you." That weekend, I visited my older sister, Janet. She lived about 30 minutes away with her husband and two little boys. The moment she opened the door, she knew something was wrong. "What happened?" I tried to answer. Instead, I burst into tears. An hour later, we sat in her kitchen drinking tea. I told her everything: the phone call, the photographs, following Edward, meeting Helen, every painful detail. Janet listened without interrupting. When I finished, she reached across the table and held my hand. "You don't deserve this." "I keep wondering what I did wrong," I said. "You didn't do anything wrong," she replied. "Then why wasn't I enough?" I asked. She squeezed my hand. "This isn't about you. It's about the choices Edward made." I looked down at my cup. "I still love him." "I know," she said, "and that makes everything worse." Janet nodded. "Love doesn't disappear in one day. It takes time." "What should I do?" I asked. She thought carefully before answering. "First, you need the complete truth." Those words opened my eyes. The complete truth. I realized I only knew one side of the story. Edward owed me an explanation, but before confronting him, I wanted answers. On Monday afternoon, after work, I stopped by Edward's office. I had never surprised him there before. His assistant smiled politely. "Good afternoon, Rebecca. Is Edward available?" I asked. She looked confused. "He left over an hour ago. He said he had a client meeting." My heart sank. Another lie. I thanked her and walked back outside. While sitting in my car, I noticed Edward's office calendar through the glass door. There had been no client meetings scheduled that afternoon. None. I suddenly understood something. The lies hadn't started 8 months ago. Edward had become comfortable lying long before that. That evening, he arrived home smiling. "Sorry I'm late. The meeting lasted longer than expected." I looked directly into his eyes for just 1 second. Then I looked away. "It's okay." He smiled with relief. He still believed I knew nothing. The following Friday, something unexpected happened. I received an email. The sender was Helen. Attached was a folder containing screenshots of text messages, dozens of them. I hesitated before opening the files. Part of me wanted to delete everything. Another part needed to know. The first messages were ordinary. "Good morning. How was your day? Miss you already." Then I reached one message that made my chest tighten. Edward had written, "Sometimes I wish I had met you first." Another message, "I've never been happier." Another, "I'm counting the days until we're together forever." I closed my laptop. I couldn't read another word, not because I didn't believe them, because I did. Every sentence felt like another crack in my heart. That night, I sat alone in the backyard. The autumn air was cold. Leaves covered the grass. Edward joined me, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate. "I thought you could use this." He handed me a mug. For a moment, everything felt like old times. The quiet evening, the warm drink, the man I had loved. I almost forgot everything. Almost. Then his phone buzzed. He looked down. His smile disappeared for only a second before returning. "Work?" I asked. "Yeah, just work." He put the phone back into his pocket without showing me the screen. Another lie. I wondered how many lies one marriage could survive. The next morning, I made a decision. No more waiting, no more pretending, no more silent tears. I deserved the truth. That evening, I prepared dinner exactly as I always did. Edward complimented the food. We talked about the weather, about work, about our neighbors. The conversation felt strangely normal. When we finished eating, he stood up to clear the table. I spoke quietly. Edward. He turned around. Yes? I need to ask you something. His smile faded. What is it? I took a deep breath. Who is Helen Grant? The first time since I had known him, Edward's face turned completely white. The plate slipped from his hands. It crashed onto the kitchen floor. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke. The silence felt endless. Finally, Edward whispered 3 words. How do you... I interrupted him. She called me. His shoulders slowly dropped. He closed his eyes, as if he had been expecting this moment all along. When he opened them again, they were full of fear. I can explain. I shook my head. No, you can tell the truth. Edward looked at the broken pieces of the plate scattered across the floor. Then he looked back at me. I've been lying to you. Those 6 words hurt more than I expected. Because they confirmed everything. Every doubt, every sleepless night, every tear. I folded my arms to stop my hands from shaking. Then start at the beginning. Edward pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. His eyes were filled with regret. Mine were filled with heartbreak. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he finally said the sentence I had feared most. I don't know if you'll ever forgive me. I looked straight into his eyes. I haven't decided yet, I replied. Edward lowered his head. For a long moment, he simply stared at the floor. The broken pieces of the plate lay between us, forgotten. Finally, he spoke. It started almost a year ago. His voice was barely above a whisper. I met Helen during a construction project in Boulder. She was part of the interior design team. I remained silent. I was stressed. We were arguing more than usual. I convinced myself that talking to someone else wasn't dangerous. He looked up at me. I was wrong. When did you decide to tell her you were divorced? I asked. Edward closed his eyes. About 2 weeks after we met. Why? I asked. Because I knew she would never date a married man. His answer hurt more than I expected. So you lied, I said. Yes. You lied to her. Yes. You lied to me, I said. Yes. You lied every single day for 8 months. He couldn't answer. He didn't need to. The silence answered for him. I stood and walked toward the living room window. Outside, the neighborhood looked peaceful. Children were riding bicycles, a couple walked their dog. Life continued as if nothing had happened. Behind me, Edward finally spoke again. I never stopped loving you. I laughed quietly. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the sound of someone whose heart had become too tired to cry. You loved me? I asked. Yes. Edward, people don't spend 8 months lying to the person they love, I said. He looked down. I know. I don't even recognize you anymore, I said. I don't recognize myself either, he replied. For the next hour, Edward answered every question. He admitted everything. There had been no second relationship after Helen, no hidden children, no secret bank accounts, no gambling, no other lies beyond the affair. He said that after Helen discovered the truth, she ended the relationship immediately. He had tried to convince her to stay. She refused. Only then had he realized he was about to lose both of us. I destroyed everything, he whispered. Yes, I replied. I've hated myself every day since, he stated. I looked at him carefully. For the first time in weeks, he wasn't pretending. There were no excuses, no blaming work, no blaming our marriage, only regret, real regret. But regret could not erase what had happened. That night, I packed a small suitcase. Edward stood quietly by the bedroom door. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Janet's." "For how long?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "Rebecca." I stopped folding my clothes. "I need time," I said. "I understand." "No." I looked directly at him. "I don't think you do." He lowered his eyes. I picked up my suitcase. As I reached the front door, Edward spoke one last time. "I'll wait." I didn't answer. I closed the door behind me. Living with my sister was strange. Her home was warm and full of laughter. Her children filled every room with energy. But inside me, everything felt empty. Some mornings I woke up forgetting what had happened. Then I remembered. Every time, it hurts all over again. Edward never stopped trying to reach me. He sent messages, he wrote letters. Sometimes he simply asked if I was eating enough. I answered none of them. Weeks passed, then a month. Christmas arrived. For the first time since our wedding, we spent it apart. In January, I received another message. Not from Edward, from Helen. "I heard you're no longer living together." I hesitated before replying. "That's true." A minute later, she answered. "Would you meet me?" I wasn't sure, but something inside me said yes. We met at a small coffee shop downtown. She looked nervous. "So do you," I admitted. She smiled sadly. "I guess we have something in common." For nearly 2 hours we talked, not about Edward, but about our lives, our families, our dreams. Then she looked at me. "I've wanted to tell you something for months." I waited. "I don't think Edward is a bad man." I frowned. "He made terrible choices. He lied. He hurt both of us. But I never believed he stopped loving you." I stared into my coffee. "Then why did he do it?" She sighed. I asked him that many times. "What did he say?" "He said he felt successful at work, but like he was failing at home." I looked up. "He never told me that," I said. "I know. He should have," she replied. She smiled sadly. People often talk to strangers about problems they should discuss with the people they love. I kept thinking about those words long after we left the cafe. That evening, I finally read the letters Edward had sent. There were 12. Every one was handwritten. There were no excuses. Only apologies. One sentence appeared in almost every letter. "I should have told you the truth before someone else did." He was right. If he had confessed months earlier, maybe our story would have been different. Maybe not, but at least it would have been honest. A week later, I agreed to meet him. We chose a quiet park where we had once celebrated our first wedding anniversary. Winter had covered everything with snow. Edward looked thinner, older, as if the past 2 months had aged him by years. He didn't try to hug me. He simply said, "Thank you for coming." We walked slowly along the frozen lake. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. Finally, he asked, "Have you decided?" I nodded. "I have." He stopped walking. "I've spent weeks asking myself one question." He waited. "What should I tell you?" He looked confused. I wanted the perfect words, the perfect explanation, the perfect answer. I smiled sadly. "There isn't one." He closed his eyes. "I know." I took a deep breath. "I forgive you." Tears immediately filled his eyes. "But forgiveness isn't the same as trust," I said. He nodded. "I understand. I believe you're sorry. I believe you've changed, but every memory I have now carries another memory beside it," I said. He wiped his eyes. "I don't expect you to stay," he said. "I know. I've decided to file for divorce," I replied. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then Edward quietly whispered, "I was afraid you'd say that." "I'm afraid too," I replied. "I never wanted this," he said. "Neither did I replied. He looked across the frozen lake. "I spent years building buildings that could survive earthquakes." A faint smile appeared on his face. "But I couldn't protect my own marriage." Neither of us spoke again. Sometimes silence says everything. 6 months later, the divorce was finalized. It was peaceful. There were no arguments, no lawyers fighting in court, only two people accepting the consequences of one terrible decision. I continued working at the library. Life slowly became familiar again. I started taking evening photography classes. I traveled with my sister during the summer. Little by little, I smiled without forcing it. One afternoon, while organizing returned books, I noticed a familiar face, Edward. He stood quietly near the entrance. He looked healthier, more confident. He walked toward my desk. "I was nearby," he said. "I wanted to return this." He placed a novel on the counter. It was one of my favorite books. Years earlier, I had convinced him to read it. "So, what did you think?" He smiled gently. "It taught me something." "What?" I asked. He looked at me for a long moment. "That the truth hurts for a moment, but lies keep hurting forever." I nodded. "That's true." He smiled one last time. "I hope you're happy, Rebecca." "I'm getting there," I replied. "I'm glad," he said. He turned and walked toward the exit. Just before leaving, he looked back, not with hope, not with regret, simply with gratitude. Then he disappeared into the afternoon sunlight. I watched him go. For the first time in many months, I didn't cry because I finally understood something. Sometimes love is real. Sometimes regret is real. Sometimes forgiveness is real. But trust? Trust is the hardest thing to rebuild once it is broken. People often ask me if I regret telling the truth after I discovered Edward's secret. My answer is always the same. No. The truth ended my marriage, but the lies had already destroyed it. And if I learned one lesson from that painful chapter of my life, it is this: never be afraid of the truth. Be afraid of the lie that keeps growing because no one is brave enough to speak it. Thank you for watching till the end, and don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, dramatic, and full of betrayal, heartbreak, broken trust, and new beginnings. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a young woman whose perfect life shattered after her boyfriend and best friend betrayed her trust. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. My name is Ashley. I am 26 years old, and I live in a quiet town called Greenfield. It is a peaceful place with small streets, friendly neighbors, and many beautiful trees. I have lived here all my life, and I always believed it was the perfect place to build a happy future. I have a boyfriend. His name is Kevin. Kevin and I have lived together for almost 3 years. We share a small apartment near the center of town. It is not a big apartment, but it is warm and comfortable. It has 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a bright living room with large windows. Every morning, the sunshine comes through those windows and fills the apartment with light. I love waking up to that warm sunlight. It always makes me smile. Sometimes I make breakfast while Kevin gets ready for work. We drink coffee together before leaving the apartment. Those mornings always feel peaceful. I work in an insurance office only 10 minutes away from home. I walk there every weekday. My job is simple. I answer phone calls, organize papers, and help customers. My boss is patient and my coworkers are friendly. I never dreamed of becoming rich. I only wanted a quiet and happy life. Kevin works in an electronics store. He sells computers, phones, and other technology. Customers like him because he is patient and knows a lot about electronics. Every evening we meet at home. Sometimes we cook together, sometimes we order pizza, sometimes we simply sit on the sofa and watch old movies. Those small moments were my favorite part of every day. Life was simple, life was peaceful, and I believed it would stay that way forever. I also had someone very important in my life, my best friend. Her name was Nicole. Nicole was 25 years old. We met during our first year of high school. From the very beginning, we became close friends. We studied together, laughed together, celebrated birthdays together, and helped each other through difficult times. People often said we looked like sisters. Maybe they were right. She knew every secret about me. I trusted her with everything. Nicole visited our apartment almost every week. Sometimes she came after work, sometimes she comes on weekends. We usually made tea, talked for hours, and laughed about old memories. Kevin liked Nicole, Nicole liked Kevin. The three of us spent so much time together that it almost felt like we were family. I never imagined anything could destroy that friendship. One Friday evening, Nicole came over carrying a chocolate cake. "I saw it at the bakery," she said with a smile. "I knew you would love it." "You know me too well," I laughed. Kevin smiled too. "Perfect timing," he said. "I just made coffee." We spent the evening talking and laughing. Kevin told funny stories about difficult customers. Nicole laughed until tears came to her eyes. I laughed with them. Looking back now, I remember how happy that evening felt. If someone had told me what would happen only a few months later, I would never have believed them. Everything began to change very quietly. At first, the changes were so small that I ignored them. Kevin started coming home later than usual. Instead of arriving at 6 o'clock, he arrived closer to 7, sometimes even 8. The first time it happened, I wasn't worried. "Long day?" I asked. Kevin smiled while taking off his jacket. "Very busy," he answered. "The store has been full all day." I nodded. That sounded reasonable. Many businesses become busy at different times of the year. A week later, it happened again, then again. Soon it became normal. Every evening I found myself looking at the clock. 6 o'clock, 6:30, 7. Sometimes I made dinner twice because the food became cold. Still, I trusted him completely. One evening, while we were eating dinner, Kevin suddenly looked down at his phone. A message had arrived. He smiled. Not a big smile, just a small one. I looked at him. "What is it?" I asked. "Oh, nothing important." "Who sent it?" "Just someone from work." He quickly put the phone into his pocket. It was strange. Kevin had never hidden his phone before. I tried to ignore the feeling growing inside me. Maybe I was imagining things. Everyone deserves privacy. Maybe work really was becoming stressful. Days turned into weeks. Kevin became quieter. Before, he always asked about my day. Now he mostly answered with short sentences. "How was work?" I asked. "Fine," he replied. "Did anything interesting happen?" "Not really." Then silence. He often stared at the television without really watching it. Sometimes I caught him smiling while reading messages. Other times he quickly locked his phone whenever I walked into the room. The apartment slowly felt different. It was still the same place, the same walls, the same furniture, the same windows, but it no longer felt warm. Something invisible had changed. One Saturday afternoon, Nicole came to visit again. She noticed I looked tired. "Ashley," she asked softly, "is everything okay?" I hesitated. Then I told her everything. I explained how Kevin came home late almost every day, how he seemed distant, how he spent so much time on his phone, how I felt felt something was wrong without knowing why. Nicole listened carefully. She didn't interrupt me. When I finished, she reached across the table and held my hand. "Ashley," she said gently, "don't worry too much." "I don't know," I started to talk. "Kevin loves you," she interrupted me. "You really think so?" I asked. "Of course," she replied. "But he's different," I said. She smiled kindly. "Sometimes people become tired. Sometimes work becomes stressful. Men don't always talk about their problems." I wanted to believe her. She was my best friend. She knew both of us better than anyone else. "If you keep asking him questions," she continued, "he might feel more pressure." "So what should I do?" I asked. "Just give him some time," she said. I took a deep breath. "Maybe you're right." She smiled. "I know I'm right." Her words comforted me for a little while. After Nicole left, Kevin came home carrying flowers, beautiful white lilies. "For me?" I asked, surprised. He smiled. "I know I've been working too much lately." I hugged him tightly. At that moment, all my worries disappeared. Maybe I had been overthinking everything. Maybe Nicole was right. Maybe this difficult time will pass. For the next few days, things felt almost normal again. Kevin laughed more. We watched movies together. We cooked dinner together. I started believing our life was returning to normal. Then, something happened that brought every doubt back into my heart. One evening, Kevin left his jacket hanging near the front door while he took a shower. As I picked it up to hang it in the closet, a sweet smell reached me. Perfume, not mine. I froze. It smelled like flowers mixed with vanilla. I had smelled that perfume before, very recently. But where? I closed my eyes and tried to remember. Then it came back to me. Nicole. Just 3 days earlier, Nicole had visited wearing a brand new perfume. She had asked me if I liked it. "It smells wonderful," I had told her. Now, that exact same perfume was on Kevin's jacket. My heart began beating faster. "No," I whispered to myself. "They hugged goodbye, that's all. Friends hug. There is nothing strange about that." I repeated those words over and over, but for the first time, I wasn't sure I believed them. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling while Kevin slept peacefully beside me. Outside, the wind gently moved the trees. Inside, a quiet fear slowly grew inside my heart. I didn't know it yet, but my perfect life had already begun to fall apart. The next morning, I woke up before Kevin. The apartment was quiet. The sunlight came through the windows just as it always had. Everything looked normal, but I did not feel normal anymore. I quietly made coffee and sat by the window. I looked outside, but my mind was somewhere else. Was I imagining everything, or was my heart trying to warn me? Kevin came into the kitchen a few minutes later. He smiled. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," I replied. He kissed my forehead and poured himself a cup of coffee. For a moment, I almost forgot my worries. Maybe I really was thinking too much. Maybe I was creating problems that did not exist. Then his phone rang. He looked at the screen. A smile appeared on his face. He quickly stood up. "I need to take this." He walked into the bedroom and quietly closed the door. Closed the door. That was new. Kevin had never hidden his phone calls before. I sat alone in the kitchen, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. When he came back 5 minutes later, I tried to sound calm. "Everything okay?" "Yes," he said. "Who was it?" I asked. "A customer." "A customer called this early?" I asked with a surprised look. He looked at me for only a second. "They had a problem with a computer." I nodded, but something inside me whispered, "He is lying." That week, I began noticing little things, very little things. Kevin smiled at his phone many times each day. He protected it carefully. If I walked near him, he quickly turned the screen away. One evening, we were watching television together. His phone buzzed. He looked at it, then he smiled. Not just a small smile, a happy smile. I looked at him. "What happened?" "Nothing," he replied. "You seem happy," I said. "It was just a funny video." "Can I see it?" He hesitated. Then he locked the phone. "It isn't important." I smiled politely, but my heart felt heavier than before. A few days later, Nicole visited again. She walked into the apartment carrying a small bag of cookies. "I baked these this morning," she said happily. "They smell amazing," I answered. Kevin came out of the kitchen. "Nicole, perfect timing!" He smiled much bigger than usual. The three of us sat together. They talked about movies, then music, then a television show. Several times they laughed before I even understood the joke. I smiled, but I felt strangely invisible. It was as if I were watching two people who shared a secret. At one point, Kevin made a joke. Nicole laughed so hard that she touched his arm. He laughed too. It lasted only a second, maybe less, but I noticed it. For the first time in years, I felt uncomfortable around my own best friend. That night, after Nicole left, I asked Kevin a simple question. "You and Nicole seem to get along very well." He looked surprised. "Of course, she's your best friend." "I know," I said. "You sound worried," Kevin said. "No, just curious," I answered. He kissed my forehead. "Ashley, you're thinking too much." Maybe he was right, but why did everyone keep telling me that? The following Friday, something happened at work. I forgot an important file. My manager asked me to bring it from home before the afternoon meeting. It was only 11 o'clock. Kevin was supposed to be working. I drove home quickly. The apartment was empty. I found the file and was about to leave when I noticed Kevin's laptop sitting on the dining table. The screen was still on. Normally, I never touched his computer. I respected his privacy. But something stopped me. A message appeared in the corner of the screen, only a few words. "I miss you already. Heart." There was no name, only a heart beside the message. My hands became cold. I stared at the screen. Before I could read anything else, another message appeared. "See you tomorrow." My heart pounded so loudly that I could hear it. Tomorrow? Tomorrow was Saturday. Kevin was supposed to spend Saturday with me. Quickly, I closed the laptop. I stepped backwards. "No," I whispered. "There must be an explanation." I picked up my file and rushed back to work, but I could not concentrate. Numbers became blurry, voices sounded far away. My mind kept repeating those words. "I miss you already." That evening, I said nothing. Kevin acted completely normal. He asked about my day. He helped make dinner. He even washed the dishes. Looking at him, it was impossible to believe he could be lying, yet those messages stayed inside my mind. Saturday morning arrived. Kevin smiled while getting dressed. "I have to help with inventory today." "On Saturday?" I asked. "Yes, the manager asked everyone to come," he said. "What time will you finish?" I asked. "I'm not sure." He kissed me goodbye. The door closed. 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Nicole. "Hi, Ashley." "Hi," I replied. "Do you want to have lunch today?" Nicole asked. I smiled. "Of course." "Actually," she paused, "I forgot I promised my cousin I would help her move." "Oh," I reacted. "I'm really sorry," she said. "That's okay," I replied. "We'll meet next week," Nicole said. "Sure," I answered. She hung up. I sat quietly. Something felt strange. Kevin was working. Nicole was helping her cousin. Both were busy. I tried to stop thinking about it. Instead, I cleaned the apartment. Then I read a book. Still, I couldn't relax. Around 3 o'clock, I decided to go shopping. The supermarket was across town. As I drove through the center of Greenfield, I stopped at a red light. Without thinking, I looked toward a small cafe on the corner. Then I was surprised. Kevin's car. It was parked outside. I looked again. Maybe I was mistaken. No, it was definitely his car. Why wasn't he at work? Slowly, I parked across the street. I told myself there had to be a reason. Maybe he was meeting a customer. Maybe his manager was inside. Maybe. I walked toward the cafe. Every step felt heavier. I looked through the front window. There he was, Kevin, Sitting at a table, across from him, it was Nicole. They were smiling, talking quietly. Nicole reached across the table. Kevin took her hand, just for a moment. Then both of them laughed. The world around me became silent. Cars passed behind me, people walked by, but I heard nothing. I only saw their hands. Kevin looked happy, very happy, happier than he had looked with me in months. I stepped backwards before they noticed me. I hid behind a tree. My breathing became fast. Tears filled my eyes. No, no, this cannot be happening. Maybe I misunderstood. Friends meet for coffee, friends laugh, friends talk. Maybe. Then Kevin gently brushed a piece of hair away from Nicole's face. She smiled, not the smile of a friend, a different smile, one I knew very well, because I used to smile at Kevin exactly that way. My knees felt weak. I sat on a nearby bench. I could not stop shaking. For a few minutes, they walked outside together. Kevin looked around carefully, almost as if he wanted to be sure nobody was watching. Then Nicole hugged him. The hug lasted longer than normal, much longer. Kevin whispered something into her ear. She laughed softly. Then they walked toward their cars, in different directions, as if they wanted no one to think they had been together. I stayed hidden until they disappeared. Finally, the truth was beginning to show itself, but my heart still refused to accept it. I drove home slowly. I cried the entire way. That evening, Kevin returned with shopping bags. "I bought your favorite ice cream," he said with a smile. I looked at him. The man I loved, the man I trusted, the man who had just spent the afternoon secretly holding my best friend's hand. He smiled as if nothing had happened. I forced myself to smile back. "Thank you." He had no idea. He believed his secret was still safe, but for the first time, I was no longer asking whether something was wrong. I already knew. The only question left was, how long had they been lying to me? That night, I did not sleep. Kevin lay beside me, breathing peacefully. I stared at the ceiling until the sun began to rise. My head was full of questions. How long had they been meeting? When did it begin? Was every smile a lie? Was every hug fake? I wanted to wake Kevin and ask him everything, but I stayed quiet. I needed the truth, not excuses, not more lies. The next morning, Kevin left for work, or at least he said he was going to work. When the apartment door closed, I sat alone on the sofa. The silence felt heavy. A few minutes later, my phone rang. It was Nicole. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. "Good morning. Are you free tonight?" she asked. "I don't think so," I replied. "Oh, okay," she answered. There was a short silence. Then she asked, "Is everything all right?" I took a deep breath. Yes. Another lie. She said goodbye and ended the call. I looked at my phone for a long time. The woman I had trusted for 10 years no longer sounded like my best friend. She sounded like a stranger. For the next few days, I watched carefully. I said nothing. I asked no questions. Kevin believed everything was normal. Nicole continued to visit. They laughed together. They acted naturally. But now I noticed every little detail, every glance, every smile, every message, every excuse. The truth was slowly becoming impossible to ignore. Then I made a decision. I planned a weekend trip, just Kevin and me. No work, no phones, no friends, only us. Maybe he would finally tell me the truth, or maybe I would discover it myself. That evening, I showed him the hotel reservation. "It looks beautiful," Kevin said. "It does." "I can't wait," he said. "Neither can I." He smiled. I smiled too. But my smile was hiding a broken heart. Saturday finally arrived. I packed our bags. I wore my favorite blue dress. I even cooked sandwiches for the drive. Kevin was supposed to finish work at 4 o'clock. 4 came, then 5, then 6. Finally, my phone rang. "I'm so sorry, my manager needs me." "Today?" I asked. "There's an emergency. We'll go next weekend." I closed my eyes. "Okay." He thanked me for understanding, then he hung up. I stood in the middle of the apartment. Everything inside me became quiet. No anger, no tears, only silence. I slowly unpacked the bags. Then I called my mother. "Mom? Ashley? Can I come home for a few days?" There was no hesitation. "Of course, sweetheart." Early the next morning, I packed a small suitcase. Kevin was still asleep. I looked at him one last time. Once, I thought he was the love of my life. Now, he looked like someone I had never truly known. I quietly left the apartment. After driving for almost an hour, I suddenly remembered my mother's birthday gift. I had left it in the bedroom closet. I sighed. "I'll be quick." I turned the car around. When I reached the apartment, everything was quiet. I unlocked the front door as softly as possible. Then I heard music, soft music, coming from the living room. Kevin never listened to music in the morning. My heart began beating faster. I walked slowly down the hallway, one step, then another. When I reached the living room doorway, I stopped. Kevin was sitting on the sofa. Nicole was beside him. They were kissing, slowly, comfortably, as if they had done it many times before. For a moment, the whole world disappeared. I could not move. I could not breathe. Kevin opened his eyes first. His face turned white. "Ashley." Nicole quickly pulled away. She covered her mouth with both hands. "Oh my God." Nobody spoke. The music continued playing. Finally, Kevin stood up. "It isn't what it looks like." I almost laughed. For the first time in days, I felt calm. I looked directly into his eyes. "Then tell me, what does it look like?" He opened his mouth. No words came out. Nicole began crying. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never wanted this." I looked at her. "You were my family." She lowered her head. "I know. You came into my home. You hugged me. You looked into my eyes, and you lied to me," I said. She cried harder, but I felt nothing. No anger, no hate, only disappointment. Kevin walked toward me. "It started a few months ago. It was a mistake. I love you." I stepped backward. "No, you loved yourself. If you loved me, you would never have done this," I replied. The room became silent again. Finally, I picked up my suitcase. "I'm leaving." Kevin reached for my hand. I pulled it away. "Please, I'll change." "You should have changed before you betrayed me," I said. Without another word, I walked out of the apartment. Neither of them followed me. My parents welcomed me with open arms. My mother hugged me tightly. My father simply placed his hand on my shoulder. Neither of them asked many questions. Sometimes love is quiet. Sometimes people do not need explanations. They only need someone to stay beside them. For 2 weeks, I rested. Some mornings I cried. Other mornings I simply watched the birds outside my parents' window. Little by little, my heart became lighter. When I returned to Greenfield, I did not return to Kevin. Instead, I rented a tiny apartment across town. It had 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, very little furniture, but it was mine. There were no lies inside those walls, only peace. The first few weeks were difficult. I cooked for one, I ate alone, I watched television alone. Sometimes the silence made me cry, but each day became a little easier. One Saturday afternoon, while walking home from work, I noticed a small building with a sign, "Painting Classes for Beginners." I stopped. I looked through the window. People were smiling, laughing, painting colorful pictures. Without thinking too much, I walked inside. The teacher welcomed me warmly. "My name is Kathleen," she said. "Would you like to join us?" "I've never painted before," I replied. She smiled. "Everyone starts somewhere." That evening changed my life. For 2 hours, I forgot everything. I forgot Kevin. I forgot Nicole. I only thought about colors: blue, yellow, green, red. When I painted, my heart became quiet. So I came back the following week, then the week after that. Painting slowly became part of my new life. Kathleen became more than my teacher, she became my friend. She listened without judging. She reminded me that broken hearts can heal. Slowly, I believed her. Several months passed. One Saturday, Kathleen looked at one of my paintings. "Ashley," she said, "people would love to buy these." I laughed. "No one would pay for my work." "You'd be surprised," she said. She convinced me to join the town's weekend art market. I placed my paintings on a small table. At first, people simply looked. Then someone bought one. Then another. By the end of the afternoon, I had sold 4 paintings. I smiled all the way home. For the first time in many months, I felt proud of myself. One weekend, while arranging my paintings, a man stopped at my table. He looked at a painting of a sunrise. "It feels peaceful," he said. "Did you paint it?" "Yes," I answered. He smiled. "My name is Eric." "I'm Ashley." "I'd like to buy this one," Eric said. As I wrapped the painting, he looked at me again. "I hope this doesn't sound strange, but would you like to have coffee sometime?" My heart beat faster, not because I had fallen in love, because I was afraid to trust again. Eric seemed to notice. He smiled kindly. "If your answer is no, I'll still be happy to own your painting." I laughed, for the first time in a long while, a real laugh. "It's not no, it's just I need to take things slowly." He understood. "So," I smiled, "coffee sounds nice." A week later, we met at a small cafe near the park. We talked for hours about books, about family, about dreams, about art. Eric listened carefully whenever I spoke. He never interrupted. He never checked his phone. He looked at me as if my words truly mattered. When we said goodbye, he smiled. "I'd like to see you again." "I'd like that too," I replied. As I walked home, I realized something. I was smiling, not because someone had saved me, but because I had saved myself. Kevin and Nicole had broken my heart, but they had not destroyed my future. They had forced me to discover who I really was. I was no longer someone's girlfriend. I was no longer someone's best friend. I was simply Ashley, a woman who survived, a woman who learned, a woman who chose peace over lies. That evening, I stood by my apartment window and watched the sunset. The sky was painted with orange, pink, and gold. It reminded me of my own paintings, beautiful, not because they were perfect, but because every color told a story, my story, and this time, I was the one holding the brush. Thank you for watching to the end, and don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, suspenseful, and full of mystery, friendship, courage, and kindness. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a young woman who risked everything to help her best friend. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. My name is Patricia. I am 23 years old and I live in a quiet little city called Maple Grove. It is a peaceful place with colorful houses, friendly neighbors, and beautiful parks. Most people know each other and life usually moves slowly here. I live with my father, Terry, and my younger sister, Evelyn, who is 16 years old. My mother passed away when Evelyn was only 5, so my father has worked very hard to take care of us. He has always been both a father and a mother to our family. Because of him, our home is always full of love, even when life becomes difficult. I work at a small coffee shop in the center of town. The cafe is called Morning Bean. It is not a fancy place, but people love it because the coffee is fresh, the music is soft, and everyone feels welcome. I enjoy my job very much. Every morning I prepare cappuccinos, lattes, and hot chocolate for customers. Some people stop by before work while others come to read books or meet friends. I like talking to them and hearing little stories about their lives. Every day feels a little different. My best friend is Ava. We have known each other since elementary school. We grew up together, celebrated birthdays together, and shared every important moment in our lives. She was more like a sister than a friend. Ava worked in a clothing store near the train station. We usually met every Friday evening after work for dinner or coffee. She was cheerful, funny, and always smiling. That was why the message she sent me one rainy morning frightened me so much. It was the middle of October. Cold wind pushed against my bedroom window, and heavy rain tapped loudly on the glass. I woke up earlier than usual because I had the morning shift at the cafe. Still half asleep, I reached for my phone. There was only one new message. It was from Ava. "Patricia, please come to the train station today. I really need you. 11 o'clock, platform 5. That was all. No explanation, no smiley face, no please call me, nothing. I frowned as I read it again. It didn't sound like Ava at all. Normally, she filled her messages with jokes or long explanations. I quickly pressed the call button. The phone rang once, then it went straight to voicemail. I tried again. The same thing happened. I felt a strange feeling growing inside my chest. I looked at the clock beside my bed. It was already 9 o'clock. Only 2 hours remained before 11. I hurried out of bed and opened my closet. After thinking for only a few seconds, I chose my favorite blue sweater, dark jeans, and black boots. Since it was raining heavily, I grabbed my long gray raincoat and my small umbrella before running downstairs. The warm smell of toast filled the kitchen. Dad was standing by the stove making eggs. Evelyn sat at the table, still wearing her pajamas, while scrolling through her phone. "Good morning," Dad said with a smile. Normally, I would smile back. Today, I couldn't. "Dad," I said, "I have to go to the train station." He looked up immediately. "So early?" he said. "Ava sent me a strange message. She says she needs my help," I replied. His smile disappeared. "What happened?" he asked. "I don't know," I replied. "Did you call her?" he asked. "Yes, her phone is off," I replied. Dad stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then he walked over and placed his hand gently on my shoulder. "I don't know what's going on," he said softly, "but promise me you'll be careful." "I promise," I said. "If anything feels wrong, call me immediately," he said. "I will," I replied. Evelyn looked up from her phone. "Is Ava okay?" she asked. "I hope so," I replied. She gave me a worried look. "Text me when you find her," she said. "I will," I replied. Even though I wasn't hungry, Dad insisted I eat something first. "You can't solve problems with an empty stomach," he always said. I managed to eat one piece of toast before putting on my raincoat. Dad handed me a travel cup filled with hot coffee. "For the road," he said. I smiled. "Thanks," I said. Outside, the cold air hit my face immediately. Rain poured from the gray sky. The streets looked shiny under the streetlights. People hurried past with umbrellas, trying not to get wet. I walked quickly toward the bus stop. The bus arrived only a few minutes later. It was already crowded. People wearing business suits, students carrying backpacks, and parents holding children's hands filled almost every seat. I found a small place near the back door. The windows were covered with fog. I wiped away a small circle with my hand and looked outside. The city slowly passed by. Coffee shops, bookstores, flower stands, traffic lights, everything looked peaceful. But inside me, nothing felt peaceful. Questions filled my mind. Why did Ava sound so frightened? Why wouldn't she answer her phone? Has something terrible happened? After nearly 35 minutes, the bus finally stopped outside Maple Grove Central Station. I stepped onto the wet sidewalk. The station was much busier than usual. People rushed in every direction. Some pulled heavy suitcases. Others hugged family members goodbye. Announcements echoed through the large building. Trains arrive every few minutes. I looked up at the signs. Platform 1, Platform 2, Platform 4. It took almost 10 minutes before I finally found Platform 5 hidden near the far end of the station. I looked around carefully. No Ava. Maybe she was running late? I checked the time. 10:50. I decided to wait. 10 minutes passed. Still nothing. Then 15. Then 20. Every few minutes I tried calling again. Nothing. The uncomfortable feeling inside me grew stronger. I walked slowly up and down the platform, hoping to see her familiar face. Instead, I noticed someone else. A small boy sat alone on a wooden bench. He couldn't have been older than 10 years old. He held a small blue backpack tightly against his chest. His head was lowered. His shoulders shook slightly. Was he crying? People walked past him without stopping. No one seemed to notice him. I hesitated for a moment. Maybe his parents were nearby. But after watching him for another minute, I realized no one came. Something inside me told me I couldn't simply walk away. I slowly approached him. "Hi," I said gently. He looked up. His eyes were red and tears covered his cheeks. "Are you okay?" For a second, he didn't answer. Then he quietly shook his head. "No." "My name is Patricia," I said, sitting beside him. "What's your name?" He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Larry." "It's nice to meet you, Larry." He tried to smile, but it disappeared almost immediately. "I lost my train ticket," he whispered. "I don't know how to get home." I felt my heart ache. "Where's your family?" I asked. "I was visiting my grandmother," he said. "I had my ticket, but now it's gone." "Were you alone?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "My mom trusted me because I've made this trip before." "And now?" I asked. "I'm scared she'll be angry," he replied. I smiled gently. "I don't think she'll be angry." He looked at me with uncertain eyes. "Really?" "I think she'll just be happy you're safe," I said. He stayed silent. I opened my bag. Luckily, I still had a small chocolate bar from work. I handed it to him. "This always makes difficult days a little better," I said. For the first time, a tiny smile appeared on his face. "Thank you," he replied. "You don't have to face this alone," I told him. "We'll figure something out together." Just as he began opening the chocolate, my phone suddenly rang. The screen showed one name, Ava. My heart jumped. I answered immediately. "Ava, where are you?" Her voice came through the speaker, shaking with fear. "Patricia, where are you?" "I'm at Platform 5 waiting for you," I replied. There was complete silence. Then she gasped. "Oh no, my message. I made a mistake. I'm at Platform 3. I stood up so quickly that my umbrella almost fell onto the tracks. "What happened?" "Please," she whispered, "come quickly. I think someone is following me." I froze. For a second, I couldn't speak. The busy train station suddenly felt much quieter, even though hundreds of people were walking around me. "Ava," I said softly, "don't move. I'm coming right now." "Hurry, please." The call ended. I looked at Larry. The little boy was watching me with worried eyes. "Is everything okay?" he asked. I forced a small smile. "My friend needs my help." He nodded slowly. "I'll be right here." I looked around the platform. A middle-aged couple was sitting only a few meters away. I walked over to them. "Excuse me," I said politely. "Would you mind keeping an eye on this little boy for just a few minutes? His name is Larry. He lost his train ticket, and I need to help my friend." The woman smiled kindly. "Of course," she said. "We'll stay with him," her husband added. I thanked them before running toward the station entrance. My boots splashed through small puddles on the floor where people had tracked rainwater inside. Announcements echoed through the building. "Train 214 to Riverdale is now arriving on Platform 7. People hurried past me from every direction. Some almost bumped into me. I ran down one hallway, turned left, and followed the signs pointing toward Platform 3. My heart was beating faster with every step. What if Ava was right? What if someone really was following her? After what felt like forever, I reached Platform 3. I looked around quickly. Then I saw her. She was sitting on the floor beside a ticket machine. Her arms were wrapped around her knees. Her face was pale. Her eyes were full of fear. "Ava!" I yelled. She looked up immediately. When she saw me, she stood and ran toward me. She hugged me so tightly that I could hardly breathe. "I'm so glad you're here," she whispered. "It's okay," I said gently. "I'm here now." She slowly stepped back. Her hands were shaking. I didn't know who else to call. "You did the right thing," I said. I looked carefully at her face. She looked exhausted. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. "What happened?" I asked. She took a deep breath. "I got on the bus this morning." I nodded. "There was a man sitting near the back." "So?" I asked. "He kept staring at me." "Maybe it was an accident," I said. "I thought so too," she replied. She swallowed nervously. "But when I got off the bus, he got off too." I listened carefully. I walked toward the station. He followed. I stopped. He stopped. I walked faster. So did he. A cold feeling ran through my body. "Are you sure?" I asked. She nodded. "I've never been more sure of anything." "What happened next?" I asked. "I came inside the station because I thought there would be lots of people." She looked around carefully before continuing. "But every time I turned around, he was still there." My stomach tightened. "Did he say anything to you?" I asked. "No." "Did he touch you?" "No, he just kept watching me," she said. I gently held her hand. "We're together now. Nothing is going to happen," I said. She tried to smile. Then her face suddenly changed. Her eyes became wide. She grabbed my arm. "Patricia!" "What?" I asked. "Don't turn around too quickly," she said. "Why?" I asked. "I think he's here," she replied. Slowly, I looked over my shoulder. Near the station cafe stood a tall man. He wore a dark green jacket. A black beanie covered most of his hair. He held a paper coffee cup in one hand while looking down at his phone. At first, he looked completely ordinary. Then, he slowly lifted his head. Our eyes met. For one long second, neither of us moved. His expression didn't change. Then he calmly looked back at his phone. Ava whispered, "That's him." "You recognize him?" I asked. "I'll never forget his face," she said. I watched him carefully. He wasn't doing anything strange now. He simply stood there. But something about him felt wrong. Maybe it was the way he kept looking around without moving. Maybe it was the way he seemed to notice everyone around him. "I'll go talk to him," I said. Ava grabbed my sleeve. "No, please don't. If he's dangerous, we'll never know unless we ask," I said. She looked frightened. "What if he hurts you?" she asked. "He won't. There are too many people here," I replied. I slowly walked toward the cafe. The man looked up again. This time he saw me coming. For a brief moment, surprise crossed his face. Then he turned. Without saying a word, he began walking away. Not running, walking, calmly, almost as if he had expected this. "Hey!" I called. "Excuse me!" He didn't answer. He disappeared into the moving crowd. I walked faster. People crossed in front of me. A family with large suitcases blocked my path. When I finally reached the corner, the man was gone. I looked left, nothing. Right, nothing. He had disappeared. I returned to Ava. "He left?" she asked. "I lost him," I said. She looked even more worried now. "I told you," she said. "I believe you. We need to tell security," I said. Together, we walked to the information desk. A friendly woman wearing a blue station uniform looked up. "Can I help you?" she asked. I explained everything. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she picked up a phone. "Security to the information desk, please." Only a minute later, a security officer arrived. He was a tall man with gray hair and calm eyes. "My name is Officer Harris," he said. "What seems to be the problem?" Ava explained the story again. Officer Harris asked several questions. "What time did you first notice him? Did he speak to you? Did he touch you? Can you describe him?" She answered each one carefully. Finally, he nodded. "We'll check the security cameras. If he is following people inside the station, we'll find him." "Should we stay here?" I asked. "For a few minutes," he said. He spoke into his radio. 2 more officers appeared and quietly began walking through the station. Seeing them made Ava relax a little. She took a long breath. "Thank you," she said. Officer Harris smiled. "You did exactly the right thing. If someone makes you feel unsafe, always report it." A few minutes later, he returned. "We've located the man on camera." My heart skipped. "What happened?" I asked. "He left the station through the east entrance about 5 minutes ago," he replied. "So he's gone?" I asked. "For now, we'll continue reviewing the footage. If necessary, we'll contact the police." Ava looked relieved. "So I'm safe?" she asked. "Yes, but if you ever see him again, call us immediately." "We will," I said. After Officer Harris left, Ava finally smiled. It was small, but it was real. She squeezed my hand. "I don't know what I would have done without you." I laughed softly. "Next time, double-check the platform number before sending a message." She covered her face. "I know, I'm so embarrassed. I had you running across the whole station." "I even made a new friend while waiting," I said. "A new friend?" she asked. "A little boy named Larry. I completely forgot." Ava looked confused. "Who's Larry?" she asked. "He lost his train ticket. I promised I'd help him," I answered. "Oh no," she replied. "We've got to go back," I told her. Without wasting another second, we hurried toward Platform 5. As we walked through the station, I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the green jacket. Officer Harris said he had left, but something deep inside me whispered, this story isn't over yet. Ava and I walked as quickly as we could back to Platform 5. The station was still crowded with travelers rushing to catch their trains. Announcements echoed from the loudspeakers, and the sound of rolling suitcases filled the air. "I hope Larry is still there," I said. "He will be," Ava replied. "You said that nice couple stayed with him." "I know, but he's only 10 years old. He must be scared," I said. When we finally reached Platform 5, I looked toward the wooden bench. Relief filled my heart. Larry was still there. The older couple was sitting beside him, talking to him kindly. He looked much calmer than before. As soon as he saw me, he stood up. "You came back," he said with a bright smile. "I told you I would," I answered. He looked at Ava. "Is this your friend?" "Yes," I said. "This is Ava." Ava smiled warmly. "It's nice to meet you, Larry." The older woman stood up. "We're glad you're back," she said. "He's been very brave." "Thank you so much for staying with him," I said. "It was no trouble at all," her husband replied. After they left to catch their train, I turned my attention back to Larry. "Now," I said gently, "let's figure out how to get you home." We walked together to the station's ticket office. A friendly woman behind the counter listened carefully while I explained everything. "So you lost your ticket?" she asked Larry. "Yes," he replied. "And you know your mother's phone number?" she asked. "Yes," Larry replied. "That's wonderful," she said. She handed him a phone. With shaking hands, Larry carefully dialed the number. After only 2 rings, someone answered. "Mom?" His voice became quiet. "I'm sorry, I lost my ticket." There was a short silence. Then I heard a woman's worried voice through the phone. "Larry, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm safe. A kind lady is helping me," he answered. The ticket clerk spoke with Larry's mother for a minute before hanging up. "Your mother is on her way," she said. "It will take about 20 minutes." Larry let out a long breath. "I thought she would be angry." The ticket clerk smiled. "I think she's only worried." We sat together in the waiting area. To help Larry relax, Ava started asking him questions about school. "What subjects do you like?" "Science," he answered immediately. "I want to become an engineer someday." "Really?" Ava smiled. "That's wonderful. What kind of things do you want to build?" He thought for a moment. "Maybe trains." We all laughed. "That makes sense," I said. "You already spend so much time at train stations." For the first time since we met him, he laughed loudly. Hearing that laugh made me feel happy. Sometimes a smile is the best medicine. About 20 minutes later, a woman rushed through the station entrance. She looked around anxiously until she saw Larry. "Larry!" she yelled. He stood up. "Mom!" She ran across the room and hugged him tightly. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "I was so worried." "I'm sorry, I lost my ticket," he sheepishly whispered. She kissed the top of his head. "I don't care about the ticket. I'm just happy you're safe." After a long hug, she turned toward Ava and me. "Are you the young women who helped my son?" "Yes," I answered. She took both of my hands. "I don't know how to thank you. You didn't have to stay with him, but you did." Ava smiled. "Anyone would have helped." The woman slowly shook her head. "I wish that were true." She looked down at Larry. "Thank you for reminding him that there are still kind people in this world." Those words stayed in my heart. After saying goodbye, Larry waved excitedly before leaving with his mother. "I'll never forget you." "We won't forget you either," Ava called back. As they disappeared through the station doors, I felt peaceful. The day had started with fear, but at least one problem had a happy ending. Outside, the rain had become lighter. Small drops still fell from the gray sky, but the heavy storm had almost ended. Ava and I shared my umbrella as we walked toward a small cafe across the street. The warm smell of fresh bread welcomed us inside. We found a quiet table near the window. The waiter brought us 2 cups of hot tea. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. Finally, Ava looked at me. "I haven't told you everything." I looked up. "What do you mean?" I asked. She wrapped both hands around her cup. "I think I know why someone might be following me." My heart became heavy again. "Who?" She took a deep breath. "My ex-boyfriend." I remembered him immediately. His name was Ryan. At first, everyone thought he was charming. He always smiled, he bought flowers, he said sweet things. But after several months, he changed. He became jealous. He wanted to know where Ava was every hour of every day. If she didn't answer her phone quickly, he became angry. If she spent time with friends, he complained. I had never trusted him. "When did you break up?" I asked. "About 3 weeks ago," she answered. "How did he react?" "He begged me to stay," she said. "And then?" I asked. "When I refused, he became someone I didn't recognize," she replied. She looked down. "He started sending dozens of messages every day." "What kind of messages?" I asked. Some asked me to come back, others blamed me, she answered. Were there threats? I asked. She hesitated. A few. I felt my hands tighten around my cup. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. I thought I could handle it, she replied. You shouldn't have handled it alone, I said. I know, she replied. She looked at me with tired eyes. I'm sorry. I reached across the table and held her hand. You never have to face things alone, not while I'm here. She smiled weakly. I know. We finished our tea slowly. Before leaving, I looked outside. The streets were wet, but the rain had finally stopped. Clouds were beginning to move away. A little sunlight appeared between them. It almost felt like the day was trying to tell us everything would be okay. We decided to take a taxi home instead of the bus. Both of us were exhausted. As the taxi drove through Maple Grove, I watched raindrops slide down the window. The city looked calm again. People were walking their dogs, children laughed in a nearby park, shops were reopening after the storm. Life continued as if nothing unusual had happened. Ava rested her head against the window. I'll report Ryan if he contacts me again, she said. I think that's the right decision. No more hiding, no more hoping he'll change. I nodded. You deserve to feel safe. When we reached Ava's apartment, she hugged me again. Thank you. You saved me today. I smiled. We saved each other. She laughed softly. I'll call you tonight, she said. I'll be waiting, I replied. The taxi then drove me home. As soon as I opened the front door, Evelyn ran toward me. Patricia! She hugged me tightly. Dad walked out from the kitchen. His face showed relief. I've been worried all day. I'm okay, I said. I promise. We sat together in the living room while I told him everything. The strange message, the wrong platform, meeting Larry, the man in the green jacket, the security officers, helping Larry find his mother. Dad listened without interrupting. When I finished, he smiled proudly. You made good decisions today. I wasn't sure what to do, I said. You followed your heart. That's usually the right place to start, he replied. Evelyn smiled. I want to be brave like you someday. I laughed. I wasn't brave. I was scared. Dad nodded. Real courage doesn't mean you're never afraid. It means you choose to do the right thing even when you are. His words stayed with me. That night, I lay awake for a long time. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man in the green jacket disappearing into the crowd. Who was he? Was Ava right? Or had it all been a misunderstanding? I didn't know. But one thing was certain. If danger ever came again, neither of us would face it alone. 1 week later, I was working at Morning Bean Cafe. The morning was busy. Customers filled every table. The smell of fresh coffee floated through the air. Just after noon, someone called my name, Patricia. I turned around. Standing near the door were Larry and his mother. Larry was smiling from ear to ear. In his hands was a small box tied with a blue ribbon. We came to thank you, his mother said. She handed me the box. I made homemade chocolate cookies. You really didn't have to, I said. We wanted to, she replied. Larry grinned. I told everyone at school about you. I laughed. I hope only the good parts. The best parts, he promised. After they left, I opened the box during my break. The cookies smelled wonderful. Inside the lid was a handwritten note. Thank you for showing my son that kindness still exists. We will never forget your help. I smiled. That day taught me something I will always remember. Life can surprise us with fear when we least expect it, but it can also surprise us with kindness. Sometimes one small act of caring can completely change someone's day. Sometimes helping a stranger becomes the most important moment of your own life. And sometimes, even on the darkest, rainiest morning, a kind heart becomes the brightest light of all. Thank you for watching till the end, and don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new English story. Hello, and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, inspiring, and full of hope, courage, and unexpected kindness. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a single mother who lost almost everything. My name is Claire. I am 33 years old, and I am the proud mother of 3 wonderful daughters. Their names are Sophie, Mia, and Lily. They are the greatest gift life has ever given me. Every morning when I see their smiling faces, I remember why I must keep moving forward, no matter how difficult life becomes. Being a mother is not easy, especially when you have to do everything alone. When I was 16 years old, my mother became very sick. She fought her illness for almost 2 years, but in the end, she could not survive. Losing her was the hardest moment of my childhood. She was my best friend. She taught me how to stay kind even when people were unkind. She always believed that love could heal almost anything. After she died, life changed overnight. My father had already left us years before, so there was no one else to care for me. I learned very early that life would never hand me anything for free. If I wanted something, I had to work for it. Years later, I met a man named Ryan. At first, he seemed kind and caring. He made me laugh. He promised me that we would build a beautiful future together. I believed every word he said. We married after only 1 year of dating. Soon, our first daughter, Sophie, was born. 2 years later, Mia came into our lives. Then, our youngest daughter, Lily, completed our little family. For a short time, I truly believed I had found happiness. But people sometimes hide who they really are. Ryan slowly began changing. He stayed out late, he spent money we did not have. Sometimes he disappeared for days without telling me where he was. Whenever I asked questions, he became angry. "I work hard," he always said. "Stop asking so many questions." I wanted to believe him. I wanted our family to stay together. Then one morning, when Lily was only 6 months old, I woke up and found his side of the bed empty. His clothes were gone. His suitcase was gone. His phone number no longer worked. He never came back. He never called to ask about the girls. He never sent money. It was as if we had never existed. I cried for weeks, but eventually my tears stopped. I realized that crying would not feed my daughters. So I stood up. I promised myself that I would never let my girls feel unloved. We moved into a tiny apartment in a quiet town called Maplewood. The apartment had only 2 small bedrooms. The walls were old, and during winter, cold air came through the windows. Sometimes I covered the windows with blankets to keep the room warm. It was not much, but it was our home. Every month felt like climbing a mountain. Rent, electricity, water, school supplies, food. Every dollar mattered. I had never gone to college. Without a degree, finding a good job was almost impossible. After weeks of searching, I started cleaning houses and small offices. I worked alone. I had no company, no uniform, no paid vacation, no health insurance, only a bucket, a mop, some cleaning sprays, and my determination. Every evening, I searched online and read notices on community boards looking for people who needed cleaners. Sometimes I cleaned beautiful homes with swimming pools and expensive furniture. Other days, I cleaned dirty garages or old apartments that smelled of smoke. Every job was different. Some customers thanked me warmly, some offered me coffee, some even gave me homemade cookies to take home for my daughters. Others barely looked at me. A few complained about things that were already broken before I arrived. Once, a customer refused to pay after I spent 8 hours cleaning his entire house. He said, "I changed my mind. The work wasn't good enough." I knew it was a lie, but I also knew I could not afford a lawyer, so I quietly packed my supplies and walked away. That night, I cried in the bathroom where my daughters could not hear me. The next morning, I smiled again, because mothers do not have the luxury of giving up. Every night after the girls fell asleep, I sat beside their beds. Sophie is 10 years old now. She loved reading books about animals. She dreamed of becoming a veterinarian one day. Mia is 8. She loved drawing colorful pictures of flowers and butterflies. Every wall in our apartment seemed to have one of her little drawings taped to it. Little Lily is only 5. She laughed more than anyone I had ever met. She believed every problem could be solved with a hug. Looking at them always gave me strength. Sometimes I gently kissed each forehead and whispered, "I promise I will give you a better life." One Saturday afternoon, Sophie walked into the kitchen while I was counting the little money I had left. "Mama?" she said. "Yes, sweetheart," I replied. "Our school is taking a trip to the Science Museum next month," she said. "That sounds wonderful," I replied. She smiled for only a second before looking down. "It costs $30, she whispered. I looked at the few bills lying on the table. I had only enough money for groceries until the end of the week. "Do you have to go?" I asked quietly. "No," she answered quickly, forcing a smile. "It's okay." She turned around before I could see the tears in her eyes. That evening, I accepted another cleaning job, even though I had already worked 6 days that week. I wanted Sophie to go on that trip. The following Friday, I finally earned enough money. When I handed her the $30, her eyes became wide. "Really?" she said. "Of course," I replied. She hugged me tightly. "You always make everything better, Mama," she said. She did not know that I had skipped several meals that week so she could have that money, and I never planned to tell her. Winter arrived earlier than usual that year. The mornings became colder, snow covered the streets, the wind felt sharp against our faces. Still, I continued working every day. One evening, I received a call from an elderly woman who needed her house cleaned before her family arrived for Christmas. "It will take several hours," she warned. "I'll be there," I replied, without hesitation. The job lasted until after sunset. The woman thanked me warmly and paid me a little extra. "You remind me of my daughter," she said. "Keep believing in yourself." Her kind words stayed with me as I packed my supplies. Outside, heavy rain had begun to fall. The sidewalks were wet and slippery. I wrapped my old coat tightly around myself before taking my daughter's hands. Sophie held my left hand. Mia walked beside me. Little Lily rested her tiny hand inside mine. "Mama," Lily whispered as the cold wind blew across the street, "I'm freezing." I smiled softly, removed my scarf, and wrapped it around her small shoulders. "We're almost home, sweetheart." The streets were unusually quiet. Most people had already gone inside because of the terrible weather. Streetlights reflected on the wet road like long golden ribbons. I held my daughters a little closer. For some reason, I suddenly felt nervous. I looked both ways before stepping toward the crosswalk. A strong wind pushed against us. Then a pair of bright headlights appeared out of nowhere. A loud horn shattered the silence. Someone screamed. The tires slid across the icy road. I turned toward my daughters just as everything around us exploded into noise. The sound of crashing metal echoed through the street. I did not even have time to think. My only instinct was to protect my daughters. I pushed Sophie, Mia, and Lily as hard as I could toward the sidewalk. Then a terrible pain shot through my body. Everything around me disappeared into darkness. I did not know how much time had passed. Slowly, I heard soft beeping sounds. Someone was speaking nearby. The air smelled like medicine. My eyes felt heavy. When I finally opened them, I saw a bright white ceiling. I blinked several times, trying to understand where I was. My head hurts. My arms felt weak. My left leg felt like it was on fire. Then the memory returned. The rain. The headlights. My daughters. I tried to sit up. Pain rushed through my body. No. My voice was barely louder than a whisper. My girls. A nurse quickly walked into the room. She looked to be in her 40s with gentle eyes and a calm smile. Please don't move, she said softly. You're safe. My daughters, I whispered again. Where are Sophie, Mia, and Lily? The nurse smiled. They're safe too. Tears immediately filled my eyes. I need to see them, I said. You will, she replied. Only a few minutes later, the hospital room door opened. 3 little girls rushed inside. Mama, they said. Sophie reached me first. She wrapped her arms around me as carefully as she could. Mia hugged my shoulder. Little Lily climbed onto the side of the bed and buried her face against my chest. I started crying, not because of the pain, not because of the accident. I cried because they were alive. I was so scared. I thought you lost me. I kissed each of them again and again. I'm here. I'll always be here, I said. The girls stayed beside me until a doctor entered the room. He was a tall man with gray hair and kind eyes. He looked at my chart before pulling up a chair. Mrs. Bennett, he said. We've completed all of your tests. I nodded nervously. You suffered several injuries. You have a broken leg, 2 broken ribs, and a serious concussion. I closed my eyes. Will I recover? I asked. Yes, he replied, but it will take time. Your leg requires surgery. You won't be able to work for several months. Those words hurt more than the broken bones. I can't stop working. My daughters need me. I have rent. I have bills. I clean houses. If I don't work... My voice broke. The doctor looked genuinely sorry. Right now, your job is to heal, he said. But, I started to speak. There are no buts, he interrupted. If you return to work too early, you may never recover properly. After he left, I stared at the ceiling. My heart felt heavier than ever. How would we survive? Then another painful thought entered my mind. My cleaning supplies. The accident, the bucket, the vacuum cleaner, everything I had borrowed from my friend Olivia, they had all been destroyed. I felt sick. As if that were not enough, a police officer arrived later that afternoon. He politely removed his hat before speaking. There is something we need to discuss. I looked at him nervously. The vehicle lost control because of the icy road. It wasn't your fault. I felt relieved for a second. However, my stomach tightened. The vehicle hit the sidewalk and part of a decorative stone wall collapsed. It belonged to a luxury jewelry store. The owner is requesting compensation, approximately $20,000. I stared at him. I don't even have $200, I said. He sighed. I understand. We're still investigating, but I wanted you to know. The room suddenly felt smaller. After he left, I covered my face with both hands. Everything I had worked for was falling apart. Sophie gently rubbed my shoulder. Mama, we'll be okay, she said. I looked at my oldest daughter. She was only 10 years old, yet she was trying to comfort me. That broke my heart even more. Over the next several days, friends from the neighborhood helped watch the girls while I stayed in the hospital. One neighbor brought homemade soup, another brought warm blankets. An elderly couple left bags of groceries outside our apartment. People I barely knew were helping us. It reminded me that kindness still existed. One afternoon, a young reporter visited my hospital room. She asked if she could tell my story. At first, I refused. "I don't want pity." She smiled kindly and said, "It isn't about pity, it's about hope." After thinking for a while, I agreed. The article appeared online the next morning. It included a photo of me holding my daughter's hands before the accident, taken months earlier at a local park. The headline read, "A single mother risks her life to save 3 daughters." Within hours, thousands of people had shared the story. Comments poured in from every part of the country. Many people wrote messages of encouragement. Some prayed for us. Others cried after reading what had happened. Then something unbelievable began. Small donations started arriving. $5, $10, $20, $100. People wrote little notes with every donation. "Stay strong. Your daughters are lucky to have you. A mother's love deserves a miracle." I read every message. Each one made me cry. A week later, the total had grown larger than I can imagine. It was enough to cover several months of rent. For the first time since the accident, I breathed a little easier. Then, on a quiet Tuesday morning, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. "Hello?" A calm male voice answered. "Good morning. Is this Claire Bennett?" "Yes," I replied. "My name isn't important right now. I read your story." I became nervous. "Who is this?" I asked. "I'd like to help," he replied. "We've already received donations," I said carefully. "I know, but I want to do more," he said. "Why?" I asked. There was a short silence. Then he answered quietly. "Because years ago, someone helped my mother when we had nothing. I've never forgotten that. I believe it's my turn now." I didn't know what to say. "I don't expect anything in return," he continued. "I'll visit you in a few days." Before I could ask another question, the call ended. I stared at the phone. Who was he? Could I trust him? Maybe it was a joke. Maybe someone wanted attention. I decided not to think too much about it. 2 days later, the hospital door opened again. This time, several people entered carrying flowers, balloons, books for the girls, and bags filled with warm winter clothes. Behind them walked a young man in a navy blue coat. He looked to be around 30 years old. His smile was calm and sincere. His eyes were warm. He walked toward my bed and held out his hand. "Hello, Claire. My name is Mark Hayes." "So it was you," I said. He nodded. I promised I'd come. I shook his hand. His handshake was gentle, not forced, not proud, just kind. My daughters watched him curiously. Mark smiled at them. "You must be Sophie. You look just like your mother." Sophie smiled shyly. "And you must be Mia? I heard you love drawing." Mia's eyes became wide. "How did you know?" she asked. "I read the article. It mentioned your beautiful pictures." Finally, he knelt beside little Lily, "And I believe you're the little girl who gives the best hugs." Without saying a word, Lily wrapped her tiny arms around his neck. Everyone in the room laughed. Mark laughed too. In that moment, something inside me changed. For the first time since the accident, I felt that maybe, just maybe, our darkest days were finally coming to an end. Mark smiled as Lily climbed back into my lap. "You have a beautiful family," he said. I looked at my daughters and smiled. "They're the reason I never gave up." He nodded. "I can see that," he replied. For a few moments, nobody spoke. The room was peaceful. Then Mark pulled a folder from his bag and placed it on the small table beside my bed. "I've talked to the hospital," he said. "They agreed to let me help." I looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" I asked. He smiled. Your medical bills have been paid." I stared at him. I'm sorry, what did you say?" I asked in a shock. "You heard me. You owe the hospital nothing," he replied. My mouth fell open. I could not believe it. "No, there must be some mistake," I said. "There isn't. I wanted to help," he replied. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I tried to speak, but no words came out. Finally, I whispered, "Thank you." He gently shook his head. "You don't have to thank me," he said. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. He looked out the window for a moment before answering. "When I was 12 years old, my father died. My mother raised me alone. We were poor. Some days we didn't have enough food." I listened carefully. "One winter, a stranger paid our rent. We never learned his name. My mother cried the entire night. She told me something I never forgot." I waited quietly. She said, "When life becomes kind to you, become kind to someone else." He smiled. "I've been trying to do that ever since." His words stayed in my heart. A week later, I had surgery. The operation went well, but recovery was slow. Learning to walk again was painful. Some days I wanted to quit. Every step felt impossible. But every afternoon, my daughters visited me. "Mama," Lily said one day, "you're getting stronger." "I am?" I asked. She nodded proudly. "You walked 5 steps today." I laughed. "I guess I did," I replied. "You'll walk 100 soon," she said. Her confidence made me believe in myself. After another 3 weeks, I was finally allowed to leave the hospital. I expected Mark to drive us back to our small apartment. Instead, he took a different road. I looked out the window. "This isn't the way home," I said. "I know," he replied with a smile. "There's somewhere I'd like to show you." 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a quiet neighborhood filled with trees. Children were riding bicycles, neighbors waved to one another. Everything looked peaceful. Mark parked in front of a beautiful little house with white walls, blue shutters, and a small garden full of colorful flowers. I looked at him. "It's beautiful," I said. "It is," he replied. "But why are we here?" I asked. He handed me a small key. I frowned. "I don't understand," I said. He smiled. "Go ahead," he replied. My hands trembled as I unlocked the front door. Inside was a warm living room with soft sunlight shining through the windows. There was a comfortable sofa, a bookshelf, a dining table, 3 small bedrooms upstairs. One room was painted light blue, another soft yellow. The smallest room had pink curtains. Lily ran upstairs. "Mama, come look," she said. I slowly followed her with my walking cane. The room had a little bed, a teddy bear, a bookshelf filled with children's stories. My eyes filled with tears. I turned toward Mark. "Whose house is this?" I asked. He smiled. "Yours." I froze. "What?" I asked surprisedly. "This house belongs to you now," he said. I shook my head. "No, I can't accept something like this," I replied. "You can. You deserve a safe place to raise your daughters," he said. I covered my mouth. "I have nothing to give you," I said. "You already have," he replied. I looked confused. "You reminded thousands of people that kindness still matters. I simply helped make it possible," he said. I fell to my knees, despite the pain in my leg. I cried harder than I had ever cried before. Sophie wrapped her arms around me. Mia cried beside us. Little Lily laughed and cried at the same time. "We have a home," she whispered. "Yes," I answered through my tears. "We finally have a home." Life slowly became peaceful. Every morning, the girls walked to their new school together. They made new friends. They laughed more. At night, we ate dinner around a real dining table instead of balancing plates on our laps. For the first time in years, our house felt full of hope. One afternoon, Mark came to visit. We drank tea in the kitchen while the girls played outside. "So," he asked, "if money wasn't a problem, what would you really like to do?" I smiled sadly. "I've always loved baking. My mother taught me." When I was little, she made fresh bread every Sunday morning. The smell filled the whole house. I've dreamed about opening a bakery ever since. "So why didn't you?" he asked. "I couldn't afford it," I replied. "Baking equipment is expensive. Renting a shop is expensive. Everything is expensive." Mark leaned back in his chair. "What if those problems disappeared?" I laughed. "Then I'd probably be the happiest woman in town." He smiled. "Good, because we're going shopping tomorrow." The next morning, he introduced me to several local business owners. One helped us find a small shop on a quiet corner. Another sold ovens and baking equipment at a huge discount after hearing my story. Several volunteers painted the walls. Neighbors donated tables, chairs, and decorations. Even Mia painted a colorful sign that read, "Claire's Family Bakery." When everything was ready, I stood outside the shop holding a pair of scissors. A small crowd had gathered. My daughters stood beside me. Mark smiled from the front row. "Ready?" he asked. I nodded. Together, my daughters and I cut the ribbon. Everyone clapped. That first morning, I baked fresh bread, cinnamon rolls, apple pies, chocolate cookies, and warm croissants. The wonderful smell drifted through the neighborhood. People began walking inside almost immediately. "I'll take 2 loaves of bread. Can I have 6 cookies? Those pies look amazing." By lunchtime, almost every shelf was empty. I could hardly believe it. Business continued growing every week. Customers returned again and again. Some came for the bread. Others came because they wanted to support our family. Many simply came because they said my bakery felt warm and welcoming. Months passed, then years. The bakery became one of the most popular places in Maplewood. I hired 2 employees, then 4. Eventually, I no longer worried about paying bills. Sophie grew into a smart, caring teenager. She never forgot her dream of helping animals. Mia continued drawing. She even designed the bakery's new logo. Little Lily still hugged everyone she met. Some things never changed. One evening, after closing the bakery, I found Mark standing outside. He looked at the sign above the door and smiled. "You did this," he said. I laughed. "No, we did this." He shook his head. "I only opened a door. You were the one who walked through it." His words reminded me of something my own mother used to say. Kindness can open a door, but courage is what allows someone to step inside. I looked around the bakery. Families were laughing together. Children were eating cookies. Fresh bread cooled on the shelves. My daughters were smiling behind the counter. For a moment, I remembered the cold, rainy night when I believed everything was over. If someone had told me then that one day I would own a beautiful home, run my own bakery, and watch my daughters grow up happy, I would never have believed them. Life can change in a single moment, sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. The important thing is never to stop believing, never stop trying, never stop hoping. Because even after the darkest night, the sun always rises again. And sometimes a stranger's kindness can become the beginning of a brand new life. Thank you, my dear listener, for spending this time with me. If this story touched your heart, remember this simple lesson. Kindness is never wasted. Even the smallest act of love can completely change someone's future. And no matter how difficult life becomes, never lose hope, because tomorrow may bring the miracle you have been waiting for. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, dramatic, and full of difficult choices, painful memories, and the power of forgiveness. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life situations. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. Now, let's begin. My name is Julia. I am 28 years old, and today people know me as a successful businesswoman. They see my nice office, my expensive clothes, and my confident smile. They think I have always lived an easy life, but they are wrong. My story began in a small town outside Chicago, where every day felt like a battle. When I was born, my father wanted a son. Instead, he got a daughter. From the first day of my life, I could feel that I was not welcome. He never carried me in his arms. He never smiled when he looked at me. Whenever someone visited our house, he spoke proudly about the son he wished he had instead of the daughter who stood quietly in the corner. As I grew older, I understood more than adults believed. I knew my father blamed my mother for everything. Many nights I lay awake while they argued. Plates crashed against the walls. Doors slammed so hard that the whole house shook. Sometimes my mother cried until morning. I covered my ears with my pillow, but I could still hear every word. One cold morning, my father packed a small bag. He looked at neither me nor my mother. Without saying goodbye, he walked out the front door. He never returned. After that day, life became much harder. My mother, Teresa, worked wherever she could. She cleaned offices before sunrise. She washed dishes in restaurants late into the night. Sometimes she worked 3 jobs in one day. I often went with her because there was nobody to watch me. While she scrubbed floors, I emptied trash cans or carried buckets of water. Some kind people smiled at us. Others acted as if we did not exist. At the end of the day, restaurant workers sometimes gave us bread that was 1 day old or soup that nobody else wanted. To us, it tasted wonderful. We lived in a tiny wooden house with broken windows. During winter, the wind entered through every crack. When it rained, water dripped from the ceiling into old pots that my mother placed around the room. I never complained. I knew she was trying her best. Every month, the landlord knocked loudly on our door. "Where is the rent?" he demanded. "Please," my mother whispered, "give me 1 more week." But he never smiled. His answer was always the same. "If you cannot pay, you must leave." I watched my mother become thinner every month. The bright smile she once had slowly disappeared. One evening, she held my hand while we sat in the dark because we could not afford electricity. "Julia," she said softly, "I love you." Those words made me happy. I did not know they would also frighten me. The next morning, she asked me to wear my cleanest dress. "We are going somewhere important," she said. I believed we were visiting relatives. Instead, we stopped in front of the biggest house I had ever seen. Tall gates surrounded a beautiful garden. A serious-looking man opened the door and invited us inside. Everything smelled expensive. The furniture shined. The floors looked like mirrors. An elderly man sat beside the fireplace. His name was Mr. Allen. He looked at me carefully but said very little. Then he placed a thick envelope on the table. My mother picked it up with shaking hands. She never counted the money. She simply held it tightly. My heart began beating faster. I looked from my mother to the old man. Something felt terribly wrong. "I don't understand," I whispered. My mother avoided my eyes. Mr. Allen stood up. "You will stay here," he said calmly. I grabbed my mother's arm. "Mama, I'm coming with you." She slowly pulled away. Tears filled my eyes. "Please don't leave me." For a moment, she almost hugged me. Then she closed her eyes. "You'll have a better life here." "No!" I held her dress with both hands. She gently removed my fingers. When she reached the door, she looked back only once. Then she walked away. I ran after her, but one of the houseworkers stopped me. I screamed until my voice disappeared. Outside, my mother never turned around. That was the day my childhood ended. The first months in Mr. Allen's house were lonely. I was not treated like family. I cleaned rooms, I polished shoes, I washed windows that were taller than I was. The other workers rarely spoke to me. Everyone feared Mr. Allen. He was known for being strict. If someone made a mistake, his voice became louder than thunder. I was afraid every single day. Still, I worked hard because I had nowhere else to go. Every night before sleeping, I thought about my mother. Did she miss me? Did she cry? Or had she forgotten me? Years passed. Slowly, I became older and stronger. One afternoon, I was helping organize books in Mr. Allen's private library. As I reached for a high shelf, my sleeve slipped down. A small star-shaped birthmark appeared on my left arm. Mr. Allen suddenly stood up. His face turned pale. He walked closer without saying a word. His hands trembled. "Where did you get that birthmark?" he asked quietly. "I was born with it," I answered. He stared at it for several long seconds. "My little daughter had the same mark." His voice almost disappeared. "We lost her many years ago." For the first time, I saw tears in his eyes. That day changed everything. He no longer shouted at me. Instead, he asked about my dreams. He wanted to know whether I liked reading. He asked if I wished to go to school. I answered yes before he even finished the question. The following month, I entered a classroom for the first time. I was older than many students, but I did not care. Learning felt like opening a window after living in darkness. Every new word gave me hope. Every book showed me a bigger world. Mr. Allen hired tutors to help me after school. He taught me about business. He explained how companies grow. He showed me that success comes from honesty, discipline, and kindness. "I cannot change your past," he often said, "but I can help you build your future." Those words stayed in my heart. Years passed quickly. By the age of 24, I worked beside him every day. He trusted me with important meetings. He asked for my opinions before making decisions. Employees respected me because I listened to them. I remembered what it felt like to be ignored. I never wanted anyone else to feel that way. One quiet evening, Mr. Allen invited me into his office. "I've been thinking," he said. "You've become the daughter life gave me." My eyes filled with tears. He smiled gently. "I have no children left to continue my work." He handed me a folder. Inside were documents naming me as the future leader of his company. I could hardly breathe. "I don't know what to say," I said. "You don't have to say anything," he replied. "Just promise me you'll always remember where you came from." "I promise," I replied. When he passed away 3 years later, I kept that promise. I became the company's new president. Some people doubted me because I was young. Others doubted me because I had once been a poor servant. But I refused to let fear control my life. I worked harder than anyone else. I treated every employee with respect. I increased salaries whenever the company earned more money. I created scholarships for children who could not afford school. Every winter, we delivered warm clothes and food to families in need. People often asked why I cared so much. They did not know I had once stood in those same food lines. One snowy evening, I was driving home after a long meeting. The streets of Chicago were crowded. Snow covered the sidewalks. As traffic slowed near a small park, I noticed an elderly woman sitting alone on a bench. She wore a thin coat that could not protect her from the cold. Her hands shook as she held an empty paper cup. Most people walked past without looking at her. Something inside me told me to stop. I stepped out of my car with a warm blanket and some food. When I handed them to her, she whispered, "Thank you." Her voice sounded strangely familiar. She lifted her head. For a moment, time stopped. Although her hair had turned gray and deep lines covered her face, I recognized her. It was my mother. She looked at me but did not know who I was. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "My eyes aren't very good anymore." I struggled to breathe. "Do you have any family?" I asked. She looked down. "I had a daughter once." "What happened?" I asked. "I made the biggest mistake of my life." Tears rolled down her cheeks. "I believed giving her away would save her. Instead, I lost her forever." My own tears began to fall. I whispered, "You didn't lose her." She looked up slowly. "You gave her away?" Her eyes searched my face. Then they grew wider and wider. "Julia?" I nodded. She covered her mouth with both hands. "I'm so sorry." She cried harder than I had ever seen anyone cry. "I wanted to come back for you, but I was ashamed. Every year it became more difficult." I stood silently. The little girl inside me still remembered that painful goodbye, but the woman I had become understood something else. Holding hate for so many years had never made me happy. I helped her stand. "Come with me." She was surprised. "You still want to help me?" she said. "I can't change the past, but maybe we can change tomorrow." She hugged me tightly. For the first time in many years, I felt like I had a mother again. A week later, another surprise waited for me. My assistant entered my office. "There's an older man asking to see you." When I walked downstairs, I saw him immediately. Even though time had changed his face, I recognized him. My father. He looked weak. His shoulders were bent. His confident voice had disappeared. "I heard your story," he said. "I don't deserve forgiveness." He lowered his head. "I spent years believing money and pride were everything. I was wrong. I lost my family because of my own choices." Silence filled the room. I remembered every lonely birthday, every hungry night, every tear my mother had cried. Then I remembered Mr. Allen's favorite lesson. The strongest people are not those who never suffer. They are the ones who refuse to let suffering become hatred. I walked toward my father. Slowly, I offered him my hand. He looked at it in disbelief. "You can never change what happened," I said. "Neither can I. But if we keep living in the past, we will lose what little time we still have." He took my hand and began to cry. Months later, our family looked very different. We were not perfect. Some days were uncomfortable. Some conversations were painful. We often spoke about the mistakes that had changed our lives. But we also laughed together. We shared meals. We celebrated birthdays that we had missed for many years. Forgiveness did not erase our pain. It simply stopped pain from controlling our future. Today, whenever people ask me what success means, I do not talk about my company, my house, or my money. I tell them success is going to sleep with a peaceful heart. Success is choosing kindness when life teaches you anger. Success is believing that broken families can still find hope. My name is Julia. I was once the little girl nobody wanted. Today, I am living proof that your past does not decide your future. No matter how dark yesterday was, tomorrow can still be filled with light. And if there is one lesson my life has taught me, it is this. Love does not always remove pain, but forgiveness can set your heart free. If this story touched your heart, please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. There may be someone out there who needs this message today. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, honest, and full of difficult choices. It will also help you improve your English through simple conversations and real-life situations. As you listen, imagine every scene and every feeling. This is the story of a woman who married a kind man for the wrong reason and had to find the courage to tell the truth. My name is Jessica. I am 28 years old, and I live in a quiet neighborhood in Chicago called Lincoln Park. It is a peaceful place with tall trees, small cafes, and friendly neighbors. People often smile when they see me walking to work. They think I have a perfect life. I have a nice apartment, I have a steady job at a bookstore, I have a husband who loves me more than anything. But I am not happy. Every morning I wake up with a heavy heart. I look at the man sleeping beside me and I feel guilty. His name is Andrew. He is 32 years old. He is kind, patient, and gentle. He never forgets my birthday. Every Friday he brings me fresh flowers. When I am tired, he cooks dinner without asking me to help. He always tells me I am beautiful, even when I do not believe it myself. He is a wonderful husband. The problem is not Andrew. The problem is me. 1 year ago, I married him for the wrong reason. Before Andrew, I loved another man. His name was Paul. We dated for 4 years. I believed we would get married one day. I trusted him with my whole heart. Then, one afternoon, he told me he had fallen in love with someone else. Just like that, he walked away. I felt broken. For months, I cried every night. I stopped meeting friends. I stopped enjoying my life. Then, Andrew came into my world. He listened to me. He made me laugh. He stayed beside me when everyone else was busy. When he asked me to marry him, I said yes, not because I loved him, because I wanted to stop hurting. I thought love would come later. It never did. Andrew never knew the truth. He believed I loved him as much as he loved me. Every day I felt more ashamed. One warm evening we sat together on our balcony. The stars filled the sky, and a soft wind moved through the trees. Andrew smiled at me. "Jessica," he said softly, "I know this first year has not always been easy, but I believe our love will become stronger every day." I forced myself to smile. "I hope so." He reached for my hand. "I'll wait as long as you need. My love is strong enough for both of us." His words hurt more than angry words ever could. He believed in us. I did not. The next week, Andrew planned a surprise dinner. He cooked creamy chicken pasta, baked garlic bread, and lit candles around the living room. When I came home, he opened the door with a big smile. "Welcome home." Everything looked beautiful. Soft music played in the background. The table was perfect. "This is all for you," he said. I thanked him. I smiled. I even laughed a little. But inside, I felt empty. After dinner, we walked to the small park where he had asked me to marry him. He pointed to the old oak tree. "Remember this place?" he asked. I nodded. "I promised I would love you forever." I looked at the tree. I remembered saying yes, not because I was happy, because I was afraid of being alone. That night, I could not sleep. I stared at the ceiling for hours. I kept asking myself the same question. How long can I keep pretending? The next morning, my best friend, Jennifer, called me. "You sound tired," she said. "I am." "What's wrong?" This time I could not lie. "I don't love Andrew." She stayed quiet. Then she asked gently, "Did you ever love him?" I closed my eyes. "No." "Then why did you marry him?" "I was lonely. I thought marriage would fix my broken heart." Jennifer sighed. "Jessica, a marriage cannot heal pain if it is built on pain." Her words stayed with me all day. That evening, Andrew came home carrying a small bouquet of yellow roses. "They reminded me of your smile," he said. I almost cried. He kept giving me love. I kept giving him silence. A few days later, something happened that frightened me. We were eating breakfast when Andrew smiled. "I've been thinking," he said. "What about?" "Maybe it's time to start a family." I froze. "A baby would make our home even happier." I looked down at my coffee. "I'm not ready." His smile disappeared for just a second, then he nodded. "That's okay, we can wait." He never became angry. He never blamed me. His kindness made my guilt even heavier. That night, I opened my journal. I wrote one sentence: "Andrew deserves someone who truly loves him." I read those words again and again. For the first time, I admitted the truth to myself. I was not protecting him. I was only protecting myself. One weekend, Andrew surprised me with movie tickets. "I miss seeing you smile," he said. So we went. He laughed during the funny scenes. He held my hand. He looked at me with hope. I smiled when he looked at me. The moment he turned away, my smile disappeared. When we arrived home, he made us tea. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders. "I love spending time with you." I whispered, "Thank you." That was all I could say. The silence between us kept growing. A few days later, I met Jennifer at a cafe near the lake. She looked at me carefully. "You've lost weight." "I know." "You can't keep living like this." "I don't want to hurt Andrew." "You already are." Her words surprised me. "What do you mean?" "He feels your distance every day. The truth will hurt him once. A lie hurts him every day." I looked across the lake. Deep inside, I knew she was right. That night, I stood in front of my apartment door with a small travel bag. I thought about leaving without saying anything. I even held the doorknob. Then I looked back. Andrew was sleeping peacefully on the couch after waiting for me to come home. I dropped the bag. I couldn't leave like that. The next evening, I asked him to sit with me. My hands were shaking. He noticed. "Jessica, what's wrong?" I took a deep breath. "I need to tell you something." He stayed silent. "I care about you." He nodded slowly. "But I don't love you." The room became completely quiet. "I never did," I whispered. "I married you because I was trying to forget Paul. I thought love would come later. It didn't." Andrew looked down at the floor. For a long time, he said nothing. Finally, he spoke. I knew something was missing. I looked at him through my tears. "You knew?" I hoped I was wrong. He smiled sadly. "I kept believing one more day would change everything." I started crying. "I'm so sorry." He wiped his own eyes. "I don't hate you, Jessica." His kindness broke my heart. "I just wish you had told me sooner." I nodded. "I was afraid." "I know." We sat together without speaking. Neither of us shouted. Neither of us blamed the other. There was only sadness, real sadness. That night, I slept in the guest room. For the first time in months, I felt something different. Not happiness, relief. The truth was finally out. The next morning, the apartment felt different. It was very quiet. I woke up early and walked into the kitchen. Andrew was making coffee. He placed 2 cups on the table without saying a word. "Good morning," he said softly. "Good morning." We sat across from each other. We drank our coffee in silence. The quiet was uncomfortable, but it was honest. We were no longer pretending. After breakfast, I went to work at the bookstore. I arranged books on the shelves, helped customers, and answered questions. I tried to focus, but my thoughts kept returning to Andrew. Had I ruined his life? Would he ever forgive me? When I finished work, Jennifer was waiting outside. She smiled gently and gave me a hug. "How are you feeling?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I feel guilty, but I also feel lighter." She nodded. "That is normal. Telling the truth is painful, but living a lie is even more painful." We walked slowly through the park. Leaves moved gently in the wind. Children were playing nearby, laughing without a care in the world. "I think I need to leave the apartment," I said. Jennifer looked at me. "Have you told Andrew?" "Not yet." "You should." That evening, Andrew was reading a book when I came home. "Can we talk?" I asked. He closed the book and nodded. "I think it's time for me to move out." He looked at me quietly. "I expected that." "You did?" "Yes." He took a slow breath. "If staying here hurts both of us, then leaving is probably the right choice." Tears filled my eyes. "I'm sorry." He gave me a small smile. "I know. I never wanted to break your heart." Andrew looked at me for a long moment. "You didn't plan this, Jessica. You made a mistake. We both have to accept it." His kindness surprised me again. "I don't deserve your forgiveness." "This isn't about deserving it. Holding on to anger won't help either of us." The next morning, I packed my clothes, a few books, and my journal. The apartment suddenly looked unfamiliar. Every room held a memory. The kitchen where Andrew cooked my favorite meals, the balcony where he dreamed about our future, the living room where we watched movies together. Even though I never loved him the way he loved me, those memories still mattered. Andrew carried my suitcase to the front door. "I'll help you," he said. "You don't have to." "I know." When we reached the door, neither of us moved. Finally, I spoke. "Thank you for everything." He nodded. "I hope one day you find the happiness you're looking for." "I hope you do too." He opened the door. "Take care, Jessica." "You too, Andrew." I walked outside without looking back. Jennifer was waiting in her car. She smiled warmly. "Ready?" I took one deep breath. "Yes." As we drove away, I watched the apartment disappear behind us. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel trapped. I felt afraid, but I also felt free. Jennifer welcomed me into her apartment. "You can stay as long as you need," she said. "Thank you." During the first few days, I cried often, sometimes while making breakfast, sometimes before going to sleep, sometimes for no reason at all. Jennifer never asked too many questions. She simply sat beside me whenever I needed someone. Little by little, life became easier. Every evening after work, I walked beside the lake. The fresh air helped clear my mind. I watched people jogging, riding bicycles, and walking their dogs. Life continued moving forward. Maybe mine could too. One afternoon, I noticed a poster outside the community center. "Creative writing class. Beginners welcome." I stopped walking. I had always loved books. Maybe I could learn to write my own stories. Without thinking too much, I signed up. The class met every Thursday evening. There were only 8 students. Some were young, some were retired. Everyone had a different story. During the first class, the teacher smiled and said, "Write about a moment that changed your life." My hand moved slowly across the page. I wrote about the day I married Andrew, not because it was my happiest day, because it was the day I stopped listening to my own heart. When I finished reading my story aloud, the room became quiet. The teacher smiled kindly. "Thank you for your honesty." Those words stayed with me. Honesty. That was what had finally changed my life. Weeks passed. I smiled more often. I laughed during class. I even made a few new friends. One evening, I opened my notebook and wrote, "I spent 1 year trying to become someone else. Now I want to become myself." Reading those words made me smile, not because my life was perfect, because I finally believed healing was possible. One afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Andrew. "Hi, Jessica. I hope you're doing well. I joined a cooking class. It keeps me busy. I just wanted you to know that I'm okay. You don't have to reply." I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I smiled gently. I typed, "Thank you, Andrew. I'm happy you're doing well. I joined a writing class. It's helping me too. I wish you nothing but happiness." A minute later, he replied, "Thank you. Take care of yourself." That was all. No anger, no blame, just kindness. I put my phone away and looked out the window. The sun was setting over the lake. For the first time in many months, I felt peaceful. I realized something important. Sometimes loving someone means letting them go. Sometimes being honest is the greatest gift you can give, even when it hurts. Months passed, and little by little, my life began to change. I found a small studio apartment only 10 minutes from the bookstore. It was not big or expensive, but it felt warm and peaceful. The first thing I bought was a small plant for the window. Then I painted one wall a soft yellow. I placed my favorite books on a wooden shelf and hung a picture of Lake Michigan above my desk. For the first time in years, I had a place that truly felt like mine. Every morning I made a cup of coffee and sat by the window before work. I watched people walking to their jobs, children riding bicycles, and neighbors greeting one another. Life felt simple again. I still had lonely days. Sometimes I came home to an empty apartment and wished someone was waiting for me. But then I reminded myself that being alone was better than living a life built on a lie. One Saturday afternoon, Jennifer came to visit. She looked around the apartment and smiled. "It looks just like you." I laughed. "What does that mean?" "It feels peaceful." I poured us 2 cups of tea. "I never thought peace could feel so good." Jennifer nodded. "Sometimes peace is better than excitement." We talked for hours. Before she left, she hugged me. "I'm proud of you." For what? For choosing honesty, even when it was difficult. After she left, I stood by the window thinking about her words. For a long time, I believed I had failed. Now I understood something different. Leaving was not failure. Pretending forever would have been. A few weeks later, our writing class finished its final project. Each student read a personal story in front of the group. When it was my turn, I stood with shaking hands. I took a deep breath and began reading. I spoke about heartbreak. I spoke about fear. I spoke about marrying a kind man for the wrong reason. And I spoke about learning that love cannot be forced. When I finished reading my story, the room became quiet. The teacher smiled kindly. "Thank you for your honesty." I smiled back. "I've learned that the truth is sometimes painful, but it also sets us free." Walking home that evening, I felt lighter than ever. One afternoon, while cleaning my bedroom, I found a small box at the back of my closet. Inside was the silver heart necklace Andrew had given me during our trip to the lake. I held it in my hand for a long time. It was beautiful. It was also a reminder of a chapter that had ended. I knew I couldn't keep it. I placed the necklace back into the box and wrote a short note. Dear Andrew, thank you for every act of kindness you showed me. You loved me with all your heart, and I will always respect you for that. I cannot keep this necklace because it belongs to a love I could never return. I truly hope one day you meet someone who loves you as deeply as you love them. You deserve that happiness. Take care, Jessica. I gave the box to Jennifer. Would you mind giving this to Andrew? She nodded. Of course. A few days later, she called me. He received it. What did he say? He smiled. And he said, "Tell Jessica thank you. I wish her a happy life." I closed my eyes. A tear rolled down my cheek, not because I wanted him back, but because two people who had once shared the same home could still choose kindness instead of anger. Winter slowly turned into spring. Flowers appeared in the parks. The trees became green again. I spent more time outside. I visited museums. I read books in small cafes. I laughed with my classmates after writing sessions. Every week, I felt stronger. One evening after work, I walked beside the lake as the sun was setting. The water reflected the orange sky. Everything looked calm. I stopped walking and looked at my reflection. For months, I had only seen sadness. Now I saw something different. Hope. Not because someone had saved me, because I had finally been honest with myself. I whispered quietly, "Thank you," not to anyone else, to myself, for finding the courage to tell the truth, for choosing a difficult path instead of an easy lie. I realized something important that day. Love is not only about finding the right person, it is also about being the right person. You cannot build a happy future on a dishonest beginning, and you cannot expect someone else to heal a broken heart. Only time, honesty, and self-love can do that. Today, when people ask if I regret my decision, I answer honestly. I regret hurting Andrew, but I do not regret telling the truth. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let someone go. Andrew deserved a wife who loved him with her whole heart. I deserved the chance to discover who I really was. We both deserved a new beginning. I don't know where life will take me next. Maybe one day I will fall in love again. Maybe I won't. For now, that doesn't matter. Right now, I am learning to enjoy quiet mornings, good books, long walks, and peaceful evenings. I am learning that happiness does not always arrive with fireworks. Sometimes it comes quietly. Sometimes it begins the moment you stop pretending. If you are listening to my story and your heart feels heavy, I want to tell you something. Do not make important decisions because you are lonely. Do not stay silent because you are afraid. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with the people who love you. The truth may hurt today, but it can bring peace tomorrow. Thank you for listening to my story. I hope it reminds you that everyone makes mistakes, but mistakes do not have to define your future. There is always a chance to begin again. If this story touched your heart, don't forget to like this video, leave a comment, and share it with someone who may need these words today. Until next time, take care of yourself, keep learning English, and remember that every new day is another chance to write a better chapter of your own story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is inspiring, emotional, and full of hope. It is about losing everything you thought was safe. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, pay attention to the simple vocabulary, natural conversations, and useful English expressions. They will help you improve your listening and speaking skills. Now, let's begin today's story. I still remember the exact morning when my life began to change. At that time, I had no idea that one ordinary Monday would completely change my future. My name is William. Back then, my life was simple. Every day looked almost the same. I worked as an assistant manager in a small office downtown. The salary was not amazing, but it paid my bills. I rented a small apartment, bought simple food, and lived a quiet life. I believed that was enough. Every weekday, I woke up at 7 o'clock. I drank a quick cup of coffee, got dressed, and hurried to work. Nothing exciting ever happened. I thought my future was already planned. I was wrong. That Monday morning, the sky was gray. Dark clouds covered the city, and the air felt cold and heavy. I arrived at work 5 minutes late. Normally, nobody cared, but that day was different. As soon as I entered the building, I saw my boss standing near the entrance. His name was Mr. Reynolds. He looked serious, even more serious than usual. "William," he said quietly, "please come to my office." Something felt wrong. I followed him without saying a word. When we entered his office, he closed the door behind us. He sat down and looked at me for a few seconds. Then he sighed. "We're making some changes in the company." I waited. "I'm sorry," he continued. "Your position has been removed." For a moment, I couldn't understand what he meant. "My position?" I asked. He nodded. "We have to reduce our staff. It isn't personal, but today will be your last day." The room suddenly felt very quiet. "I don't understand," I whispered. "I've worked here for 6 years." "I know," he replied kindly. "You've always worked hard. This decision wasn't easy, but the company has no choice." I looked down at my hands. They were shaking. I wanted to say something. I wanted to ask him to change his mind, but deep inside, I already knew it was over. After signing a few papers, I slowly walked back to my desk. Nobody knew what had happened. My coworkers smiled at me like it was a normal day. I forced myself to smile back. Then I quietly packed my things into a small cardboard box. A family photo, a coffee mug, some notebooks, a pen. That was all. 6 years of work packed into one small box. When I walked out of the building, nobody stopped me. The city looked exactly the same. People were laughing, cars filled the streets, buses passed by. Life continued, but my life felt frozen. I didn't want to go home. I wasn't ready to sit alone in my apartment, so I started walking. I didn't know where I was going. I just kept moving. As I walked, one question repeated itself inside my head. Why me? I worked hard. I arrived early almost every day. I never caused problems. I followed every rule. So why had I lost everything? Hours passed. Finally, I reached a quiet park. The trees moved gently in the wind. Orange leaves slowly fell onto the grass. Children were playing nearby. Birds sang softly. Everything felt peaceful. Everything except my mind. I sat down on an old wooden bench. For several minutes, I simply stared at the ground. Then I noticed someone else sitting at the other end of the bench, an elderly man. He wore an old brown jacket and held a small notebook in his hands. He wasn't writing, he was just watching the people around him. After a few minutes, he spoke. "Bad day?" I looked at him surprised. "Is it that obvious?" A small smile appeared on his face. "Only to someone who has lived through many bad days." His voice was calm, warm, comforting. For some reason, I didn't mind talking to him. "I lost my job today," I admitted. He nodded slowly. "And now," he said, "you think your life is falling apart." I looked at him. "Yes, it feels like everything is over." He closed his notebook. Then he looked directly into my eyes. "No," he said, "it's just beginning." I almost laughed. "Beginning? I just lost my only job. I don't have much money. I don't know what I'll do next." He listened carefully. Then he smiled again. "Good." I frowned. "Good? How can this possibly be good?" He leaned back against the bench. "Because now," he said slowly, "you have something many people never have." I waited. "You have the chance to choose a different life." I shook my head. "I don't feel lucky. I feel terrified." "Of course you do," he replied. "Fear is natural. It appears whenever we stand in front of something new." I looked away. "I don't even know what I'm good at." He stayed silent for a moment. Then he asked, "What have you been doing for the last 6 years?" "I organized work," I replied. "I answered emails. I solved small problems. I helped customers. I managed schedules." He smiled. "So you do know many things." "I guess," I replied, "but those are ordinary skills. There is nothing special about them." The old man laughed softly. "Do you know what the world needs most?" I shook my head. "People who can solve ordinary problems." His answer surprised me. He continued, "Most people spend their lives waiting. They wait until they feel ready. They wait until life becomes safe. They wait until someone gives them permission. And while they wait, they never begin." His words stayed in my mind. I had been waiting too, waiting for the perfect time, waiting until I had more money, waiting until I felt confident. Maybe I had been waiting for years. "What if I fail?" I asked quietly. He looked at the trees before answering. "What if you don't?" I stared at him. Nobody had ever asked me that question before. All day I had been asking myself, what if everything goes wrong? But I had never asked, what if something goes right? The sun slowly began to disappear behind the trees. The sky turned orange and pink. For the first time since morning, my breathing became slower. The fear was still there, but it wasn't as strong. The old man stood up. He placed his notebook inside his jacket. "So," I asked, "what should I do now?" He smiled one last time. "Take the next step." I looked confused. "That's all?" "Yes," he replied. "You don't need to see the whole road. You only need to see the next step." Then he turned around and slowly walked away. Within a minute, he disappeared behind the trees. I stayed on the bench for a long time, thinking. His advice sounded simple, maybe too simple, but somehow it made sense. That evening, I returned to my apartment carrying nothing but my small box from the office. The rooms felt quieter than ever before. I placed the box on the table and sat on the edge of my bed. Everything had changed. I had no job, no plan, no idea what tomorrow would bring. But deep inside me, a tiny voice whispered something new. Maybe this wasn't the end. Maybe this was the beginning. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the same moments again. Mr. Reynolds telling me that my job was gone, my coworkers smiling without knowing it was my last day, the old man in the park, his calm voice echoed in my mind. You don't need to see the whole road, you only need to see the next step. I wanted to believe him, but it wasn't easy. Fear is loud. Hope is quiet. The next morning, I woke up at 7 o'clock out of habit. For a few seconds, everything felt normal. Then I remembered. I had nowhere to go, no office, no meetings, no work. The apartment felt strangely silent. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat by the window. People outside were rushing to work, just like I used to do. For a moment, I felt jealous. They had a purpose. I felt lost. I picked up my phone and almost opened a job website. Then I stopped. The old man's words returned. Choose a different life. I walked to my desk and found an empty notebook. I opened the first page. For several minutes, I couldn't think of anything to write. Finally, I wrote one sentence. Things I can do. It looked simple, almost childish. Still, I kept writing. I can organize work. I can answer emails. I can communicate politely. I can solve small problems. I can help customers. I can stay calm under pressure. I can learn quickly. When I finished, I looked at the list. None of these skills seemed amazing, but together they told a different story. Maybe I wasn't starting from nothing. Maybe I already had something valuable. That thought gave me a little confidence. Not much, just enough to keep moving. Later that afternoon, I opened my laptop. I searched for office jobs. There were many. Most looked exactly like my old one. Assistant manager, office administrator, customer support. The salaries were almost the same. The responsibilities were almost the same. I imagined myself working there. Another office, another desk, another routine, another 6 years. Suddenly, I closed the laptop. My heart felt heavy. Was that really what I wanted, or was I simply afraid to try something different? I didn't know the answer. That afternoon, I returned to the same park. Part of me hoped the old man would be there. I wanted more advice, more answers. When I arrived, the bench was empty. I sat down anyway. People walked past me, children laughed, dogs chased balls across the grass. An hour passed. The old man never came. At first, I felt disappointed. Then I smiled. Maybe this was another lesson. Maybe I wasn't supposed to depend on him. Maybe I had to make my own decisions now. As I stood up to leave, I made a promise to myself. Today, I will do something different. When I returned home, I opened my laptop again. But this time, I didn't search for jobs. Instead, I opened a social media website. My fingers rested on the keyboard. I hesitated. Then I began typing. Hello, everyone. My name is William. I have several years of experience organizing work, answering customer messages, managing emails, and helping businesses stay organized. If any small business owner needs reliable support, I'd be happy to help. I read the message 3 times. It sounded simple, maybe too simple. I almost deleted it. Who would hire a stranger? Who would trust me? The voice of doubt became louder. You're not experienced enough. Nobody will answer. You'll embarrass yourself. My finger moved toward the delete button. Then I remembered one question. What if you don't fail? I took a deep breath. Before fear could stop me again, I clicked post. The message was online. There was no turning back. My heart started beating fast. For the next hour, I kept checking my phone. Nothing. No likes, no comments, no messages. The silence felt painful. That evening, I convinced myself it had been a mistake. I should have looked for another office job. That would have been smarter, safer, more realistic. The next morning, I reached for my phone. I planned to delete the post, but before I could, a notification appeared. One new message. My hands froze. I opened it slowly. "Hello, William. I saw your post. My name is Olivia. I own a small online shop that sells handmade gifts. I'm struggling to answer customer messages every day. Would you be interested in helping me?" I couldn't believe it. I read the message again, then again. Someone actually needed my help. It wasn't a huge company. It wasn't a dream job, but it was real. For the first time since losing my job, a door had opened. Still, fear returned immediately. What if she expects too much? What if I make mistakes? What if she realizes I'm not good enough? I stared at the screen for almost 5 minutes. Then I smiled. I finally understood something. Fear wasn't disappearing. It was simply coming with me, and that was okay. I began typing. "Hello, Olivia. Thank you for your message. Yes, I'd be happy to help. Could you tell me more about your business and what you need?" I pressed send. A strange feeling filled my chest, part excitement, part fear, part hope. A few minutes later, Olivia replied. She explained that her business had grown quickly. She loved making handmade products, but answering hundreds of customer questions every week was becoming impossible. She needed someone organized, someone patient, someone polite. She asked if we could have a video call that afternoon. I agreed immediately. The hours before the meeting felt endless. I changed my shirt 3 times. I checked my internet connection 5 times. I practiced introducing myself. I even cleaned the room behind my desk so it would look professional. When the video call finally started, I was nervous. Olivia smiled warmly. She looked friendly. "Thank you for meeting with me," she said. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity," I replied. We talked for almost 40 minutes. She explained her business. I explained my experience. At the end of the conversation, she smiled again. "I'd like to give you a chance. We can start with 1 week. If everything goes well, we'll continue." 1 week. That was all, but it was enough. After the call ended, I leaned back in my chair. Only 2 days earlier, I believed my future had ended. Now, a completely different future was beginning. I still didn't know where this new road would lead, but for the first time in many years, I wasn't standing still anymore. I was moving forward, one small step at a time. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm. This time, I didn't wake up because I had to go to work. I woke up because I was excited. Then the nervous feeling returned. This was my first day working with Olivia. I wanted to do everything well. After breakfast, I turned on my laptop and opened my notebook. I had written down every detail from our conversation. I wanted to be prepared. A few minutes later, Olivia sent me access to her business email. Almost immediately, I understood why she needed help. There were hundreds of unread messages. Some customers wanted to know when their orders would arrive. Others wanted to change their shipping address. A few had questions about products. I took a deep breath. "This is a lot," I whispered. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, I remembered something Mr. Harrison had said. You only need to see the next step. so I didn't think about the hundreds of messages. I focused on the first one, then the second, then the third. Hour by hour, the list became shorter. I answered every customer politely. When I wasn't sure what to write, I read the message carefully before replying. Sometimes I had to ask Olivia for advice. She always answered kindly. "Don't worry," she told me, "you're learning." Those words gave me confidence. The first few days were not perfect. I made mistakes. Once I sent the wrong tracking number to a customer. Another time, I forgot to reply to an important email until the next morning. When I noticed my mistakes, I felt embarrassed. The old fear returned. Maybe I wasn't good enough. Maybe this opportunity would disappear. But instead of giving up, I apologized, corrected my mistakes, and kept working. Each mistake became a lesson. Little by little, I became faster. I learned how Olivia liked to communicate with customers. I noticed which answers solved problems quickly. I created simple folders to organize emails. I made lists of common questions so I could answer them faster. Every day, I improved a little. At the end of the fourth day, my phone rang. It was Olivia. For a second, I became nervous. Had I done something wrong? I answered the call. "Hi, William," she said happily. "I just wanted to thank you." I smiled. "For what?" "Our customers are happier," she replied. "They're receiving faster replies, and I finally have enough time to focus on making new products." For a moment, I couldn't speak. Nobody had thanked me like that in a long time. She continued, "I've noticed how carefully you work. It really makes a difference." After the call ended, I sat quietly in my chair. A real smile appeared on my face. Not the polite smile I used in the office, not the fake smile I showed when I wanted to hide my feelings. This smile was different. I had earned it. At the end of the week, Olivia scheduled another video meeting. I wondered what she wanted to discuss. When the call began, she looked cheerful. "William," she said, "our 1-week trial is over." I nodded. "I know, I've made some mistakes." She laughed softly. "Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is that you learned from them." Then she said something I will never forget. "I'd like you to stay, not for another week. I'd like to work with you long term." For a second, I couldn't believe what I had heard. "You really mean that?" She smiled. "Absolutely. You've helped my business more than you realize." Without thinking, I answered, "Yes, I'd love to continue." After the meeting, I looked out the window. Only a few weeks earlier, I had walked out of an office carrying a small cardboard box. I thought my future had disappeared. Now I had a new beginning, but life had one more surprise waiting for me. A few days later, Olivia recommended me to a friend who owned a small clothing store online. Soon after that, another business owner contacted me, then another. Slowly, my work began to grow. Instead of working for one company, I was helping several small businesses. Every client taught me something new. One taught me better communication, another taught me organization, another showed me how important trust is. Of course, not every day was easy. Some customers were impatient, some problems were difficult to solve. Sometimes I still doubted myself. Sometimes I still felt afraid. But now I understood something important. Fear wasn't a sign to stop, it was a sign that I was growing. Months passed. I built a new daily routine, but this routine was different from my old one. I chose my working hours. I decided how to organize my day. I learned new skills every week. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was building something that belonged to me. One quiet evening after finishing my work, I decided to visit the park again. The same park, the same path, the same old bench. I sat down and looked around. I hoped to see Mr. Harrison, but he wasn't there. I waited for a while. Still nothing. Then I smiled. Maybe I wasn't supposed to see him again. Maybe he had already given me everything I needed. He never gave me money. He never offered me a job. He never solved my problems. He simply changed the way I looked at them. As I watched the sun slowly disappear behind the trees, I remembered his words. You don't need to see the whole road, you only need to see the next step. Now I finally understood what he meant. When I lost my job, I believed my story was ending. In reality, it was only the first chapter of a better life. If I had stayed comfortable, I would never have discovered what I was capable of. If I had chosen safety over courage, I would never have grown. And if I had allowed fear to control me, I would still be waiting for the perfect moment. Life rarely changes because of one huge decision. Most of the time, it changes because of one small choice, one message, one conversation, one opportunity, one simple word: yes. If you are listening to my story today, maybe you're facing your own difficult moment. Maybe you lost a job. Maybe you feel stuck. Maybe you're afraid of the future. If that's true, I want you to remember something. You don't need to know every answer. You don't need a perfect plan. You don't need to feel fearless. You only need the courage to take one small step, because one step becomes another and another. Before you realize it, you may be walking towards a life you never imagined. Sometimes the worst day of your life becomes the first day of your best future. It happened to me. Maybe one day it will happen to you too. Thank you for listening to today's story. If you enjoyed this video and want to improve your English through simple, natural, and inspiring stories, don't forget to support TaleTalk English. Subscribe for more easy English stories, listening practice, useful vocabulary, and real-life lessons. Keep learning, keep improving, and most importantly, keep taking the next step. See you in the next story. Hello and welcome to TaleTalk English. Today's story is emotional, heartfelt, and full of love, betrayal, heartbreak, and the journey to healing. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life emotions. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every feeling. This is the story of a woman who discovered that the man she trusted most had betrayed her, but instead of letting heartbreak define her, she found the courage to choose herself and begin again. My name is Emma. I am 32 years old. I work as a librarian in a quiet town. Every morning, I open the library before the sun is fully up. I enjoy the smell of books and the peaceful sound of people reading. My life has never been exciting, but it has always been calm. I liked that. People often said I was kind. I believed everyone deserved patience and respect. I smiled easily. I listened carefully. I believed that love should feel safe. I thought that if two people truly cared for each other, they would always tell the truth. Looking back now, I know I was wrong about one thing. Love cannot survive without honesty. Everything changed one spring afternoon. The town was preparing for its yearly book festival. Many volunteers came to help decorate the streets and carry boxes of books. That was the first time I met Henry. He was tall, friendly, and always smiling. He carried 3 heavy boxes at once and laughed when I told him he was trying too hard. "I just wanted to impress the librarian," he said with a grin. I laughed. "Then you should have carried 4. He laughed even louder. That simple conversation stayed in my mind long after the festival ended. The next day, he returned to the library. "I forgot to borrow a book yesterday," he said. I smiled. "I think you forgot on purpose." "Maybe." He borrowed a mystery novel, but before leaving, he asked if I wanted to have coffee after work. I hesitated for only a second. "All right." That evening, we sat in a small cafe near the river. We talked for almost 3 hours. We spoke about books, music, childhood memories, and places we wanted to visit one day. Before we left, he looked at me and said quietly, I haven't enjoyed talking to someone like this in a long time. I felt the same. After that, we met almost every weekend. Sometimes we walked through the park, sometimes we ate ice cream by the lake, sometimes we simply sat on a bench and watched people walk by. Being with Henry felt easy. He remembered small things. He remembered that I liked cinnamon in my coffee. He remembered my birthday without using his phone. He even remembered the name of my favorite childhood teacher. Those little things made me believe he truly cared. 3 months later, he brought me a small flower. "I know roses are beautiful," he said, "but I think wildflowers are more honest." I smiled. "Why?" "Because they grow without pretending to be anything else." His words touched my heart, not because they were perfect, because they felt sincere. Our relationship grew stronger. My parents liked him immediately. My father said, "He looks you in the eyes when he speaks. That's a good sign." My mother smiled and whispered, "I haven't seen you this happy in years." I believed I had found the person I would grow old with. After 8 months together, Henry invited me to the hill outside town. The sunset painted the sky with orange and pink colors. We stood quietly for a few minutes. Then he reached into his pocket. He held out a small ring. "Emma," he said softly, "life feels better when you're beside me. Will you marry me?" Tears filled my eyes. "Yes," I whispered. Our wedding was simple. We invited close family and a few friends. My best friend, Olivia, helped me choose my dress. "It doesn't need to be expensive," she said. "It only needs to make you feel like yourself." She was right. I wore a simple white dress with small flowers around the sleeves. When Henry saw me, he smiled so warmly that my nervousness disappeared. "You look beautiful," he whispered. For the first year, our marriage felt peaceful. Every morning we ate breakfast together. He kissed my forehead before leaving for work. Every Friday we watched old movies. Every Sunday we cooked dinner together. Sometimes we danced in the kitchen while waiting for the pasta to cook. Those small moments became my favorite memories. I thought life would always stay that way. But little changes often begin so quietly that we don't notice them. The first change was small. Henry stopped eating breakfast with me. "I'm running late," he said. Then he started coming home later than usual. "Work is busy." I believed him. Everyone gets busy sometimes. I didn't ask many questions. Weeks passed. He laughed less. He smiled less. Sometimes he came home and walked straight to the bedroom without saying hello. I told myself he was simply tired. One evening, I cooked his favorite meal, roasted chicken with potatoes. I lit 2 candles on the table. I wanted us to have a quiet dinner together. When he finally arrived, it was almost 10 o'clock. "I'm sorry," I said. "The food is cold now, but I can warm it." He looked at the table. "I already ate." He walked into the living room and turned on the television. That was all. No thank you, no apology. I sat alone at the table. The candles slowly burned lower. For the first time, our house didn't feel like home. The next morning, Olivia visited me. "You look tired," she said. "I didn't sleep well." "Is everything okay between you and Henry?" I forced a smile. "He's just busy." She looked at me carefully but didn't argue. Instead, she hugged me before leaving. "Call me if you ever need me." A few days later, I noticed another change. Henry carried his phone everywhere, even into the bathroom, even into the garden. Whenever it made a sound, he picked it up immediately. One evening, while he was taking a shower, his phone lit up on the kitchen counter. I wasn't trying to read it, but the screen was facing me. One message appeared: "I can't stop thinking about yesterday." There was no name, only a number. My stomach felt heavy. When Henry came out, I asked calmly, "Who sent you that message?" He looked at the phone. His face changed. He quickly picked it up. Nobody. It didn't sound like nobody. He sighed. Emma, you're imagining things. I'm only asking. Then stop asking. His voice was colder than I had ever heard before. That night, I lay awake beside him. He fell asleep within minutes. I stared at the ceiling until morning. Questions filled my mind. Was I worrying for nothing? Or was my heart trying to tell me something my eyes refused to see? The following weekend, Henry said he needed to travel for work. He packed a small bag. I'll be back tomorrow night. I smiled. Drive safely. He kissed my cheek, but the kiss felt different, quick, empty, like something people do out of habit. After he left, I began cleaning the house. I wasn't searching for anything. Cleaning always helped me think. While folding laundry, a hotel receipt fell from one of his jacket pockets. I looked at it. The hotel wasn't in the city where he said he was working. It was almost 2 hours away. My hands started shaking. I sat on the floor holding the paper. For several minutes, I couldn't move. I wanted there to be a simple explanation. I wanted to believe there had been a mistake. But deep inside, a quiet voice whispered something I didn't want to hear. Sometimes the hardest truth arrives long before we are ready to accept it. I kept staring at the hotel receipt. My hands were shaking so much that I almost dropped it. I wanted to throw it away and pretend I had never seen it, but something inside me said I could not ignore it anymore. I folded the receipt and placed it on the kitchen table. Then I made myself a cup of tea. Usually, tea helped me feel calm. This time, it did nothing. I looked out the window and watched people walking through the street. They laughed and talked together while my heart felt heavier every minute. That evening, Olivia came to visit. The moment she saw my face, she knew something was wrong. "What happened?" she asked gently. I handed her the receipt without saying a word. She looked at it for a few seconds. "Did Henry explain this?" I slowly shook my head. "He doesn't know I found it." Olivia sat beside me. "Emma, you deserve the truth." I looked down at my hands. "I'm afraid of the truth." She took my hand. "I know, but living with lies hurts even more." Her words stayed in my mind after she left. The next evening, Henry returned home. He smiled as he walked through the door. "Hi." I tried to smile back. "How was your trip?" "It was fine. Just meetings all day." He placed his bag on the floor and went to wash his hands. I followed him into the kitchen. "I found something while cleaning." He turned toward me. "What?" I placed the hotel receipt on the counter. His smile disappeared. For several seconds, he said nothing. Finally, he sighed. "I can explain." I waited. "The meeting changed locations. Then why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't think it mattered." "It matters to me." He rubbed his forehead. "Emma, you're making this into a bigger problem than it is." I looked into his eyes. "Are you telling me the whole truth?" He looked away. That was my answer. For the first time since we met, he could not look me in the eyes. That hurt more than any words. The following days were quiet, too quiet. We spoke only about small things. "Did you buy milk?" "Your mail came today." "I'm leaving for work." Our marriage had become a list of simple sentences. Nothing more. One Friday afternoon, I left work early because the library closed for repairs. As I walked toward my car, I saw Henry across the street. He wasn't alone. A woman stood beside him. She was laughing. He gently touched her shoulder, the same gentle touch he once used with me. I froze. Neither of them saw me. They walked into a small restaurant together. I stood there for several minutes. I felt like the world had stopped moving. My chest hurt so much that it became difficult to breathe. I wanted to run inside and ask questions. Instead, I quietly turned around and walked away. When I arrived home, I sat in silence. Hours passed before Henry came back. He looked surprised to see me sitting in the living room. "You're home early." "I saw you today." His face became still. "You weren't alone." He closed the front door slowly. "You followed me?" "I didn't have to." He remained silent. I stood up. "Who is she?" He sighed deeply. "Her name is Emma." The room suddenly felt smaller. "How long?" He didn't answer. "How long, Henry?" "A few months." Every word felt like a knife. "A few months?" "I'm sorry." Those were the first honest words he had spoken in a long time, but they came too late. I looked at him. "Do you love her?" He stayed quiet. His silence answered the question. Tears filled my eyes. "And what about me?" He looked tired. "I never wanted to hurt you." I laughed softly. "You already did." He sat down on the sofa. "I didn't plan for this. You planned every lie." He lowered his head. "I know." I felt strangely calm. Maybe because my heart had already guessed the truth long before my mind accepted it. "I trusted you." "I know." "I built my future around you." "I know." "You promised me forever." He covered his face with his hands. "I know." Those two words meant nothing now. That night, I slept in the guest room. Neither of us spoke again. The next morning, I woke up before sunrise. I looked around the room. The house felt unfamiliar. It was still the same house, the same walls, the same furniture, but it no longer felt like a place where love lived. I packed one small suitcase, only the things I truly needed, a few clothes, my favorite books, family photographs. The small wildflower Henry had once pressed inside a book was still there. I looked at it for a long moment. Then I gently closed the book. Some memories are beautiful, but they cannot change the truth. Before leaving, I wrote a short note. "I hope one day you understand that trust is more valuable than promises." I placed my wedding ring beside it. Then I quietly walked out the front door. Olivia opened her door before I even knocked. She looked at my suitcase. Without saying anything, she hugged me tightly. This time, I didn't hold back my tears. "I failed," I whispered. She shook her head. "No." "My marriage is over." "Yes." "So I failed." Olivia looked directly at me. "Emma, a marriage can fail without the people inside it failing." I had never thought about it that way. She helped me carry my suitcase inside. For the next few days, she asked for nothing. She simply gave me space. Some mornings we drank coffee together without speaking. Some evenings we watched old movies. Her quiet kindness helped my heart rest. One afternoon, she smiled and said, "Let's go somewhere." "I don't feel like it." "I know, but we're going anyway." She drove us to a botanical garden outside town. Flowers covered every path. Children laughed as they ran through the grass. Older couples walked hand in hand. At first, seeing happy people made me sad. Then something unexpected happened. An elderly woman smiled at me. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" I smiled back. "Yes." It was only one word, but it was the first real smile I had given anyone in weeks. As Olivia and I walked slowly through the garden, she looked at me. "There it is." "What?" "Your smile." I didn't even notice. That's how healing begins. I looked around. The flowers had not changed my life. The sunshine had not erased my pain. But for one small moment, my heart felt lighter. I realized something important. Leaving Henry had broken my old life, but staying with him had broken me. For the first time since everything fell apart, I believed that maybe, just maybe, a new beginning was waiting for me. The next Monday, I returned to work at the library. I felt nervous as I unlocked the front door. It was the first time I had been back since I left Henry. I wondered if everyone would notice that something had changed. The library was quiet, just as I remembered. Sunlight came through the tall windows and covered the wooden floor. I took a deep breath. "One step at a time," I whispered to myself. A few minutes later, the first visitors arrived. An elderly man returned 2 history books. A mother helped her little son choose a story about animals. A teenage girl asked me to recommend a novel. Life continued. It felt strange. My own world had fallen apart, but the world around me kept moving. During lunch, my manager sat beside me. "I've missed you." "I've missed being here." She smiled kindly. "You don't have to tell me anything. I just want you to know we're happy you're back." "Thank you." Those simple words meant more than she probably knew. That evening, I walked home instead of taking the bus. The fresh air helped me think. For weeks, I had only thought about what I had lost. Now I wanted to think about what I could still build. When I arrived at Olivia's apartment, she was cooking dinner. "It smells wonderful," I said. She laughed. "I hope it tastes wonderful, too." As we ate, she asked, "Have you heard from Henry?" I nodded. "He sent me a message this morning." "What did it say?" "Can we please talk?" "Did you answer?" "No." Olivia smiled. "You don't owe him another chance just because he finally wants to explain." I knew she was right. Some conversations come too late. A few days later, I visited the small cafe near the town square. It was a peaceful place with wooden tables and soft music. I ordered tea and opened a book. As I started reading, someone stopped beside my table. "Excuse me," a gentle voice said. "Is this seat taken?" I looked up. A man about my age stood there holding a notebook and a cup of coffee. "No," I replied. "Go ahead." "Thank you." He sat down and opened his notebook. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. Then he looked up and smiled. "I've seen you at the library." I smiled politely. "I work there." "I thought so." "My name is Emma." "I'm Lucas." We shook hands. "I'm sorry if I'm interrupting," he said. "I come here every Thursday to write." "Are you a writer?" He laughed. "I'm trying to become one." "What do you write?" "Mostly short stories." "What kind?" "The kind that remind people not to give up." I looked at him for a moment. I think people need stories like that. So do I. We talked for almost an hour. Not about love, not about broken hearts. We talked about books, travel, music, and childhood dreams. When it was time to leave, Lucas stood up. "It was nice meeting you." "You too." "I'll probably be here next Thursday." "So will I." As I walked home, I realized something. For the first time in months, I had enjoyed talking to someone without feeling afraid. It wasn't romance, it was simply peace. The following weekend, my parents invited me for dinner. My mother hugged me tightly when I arrived. "You look better." "I feel a little better." My father poured tea and smiled. "I've been waiting to hear you say that." After dinner, we sat in the garden. The evening air was cool. Birds sang from the trees. My father looked at me. "When I was young," he began, "I lost a job I loved." "I didn't know that." "I thought my life was over." "What happened?" "I found a better life because I had to start again." He smiled gently. "Sometimes the worst door closing helps us find the right one." I thought about his words all the way home. Maybe healing wasn't about forgetting. Maybe it was about growing beyond the pain. Over the next few weeks, I slowly created a new routine. Every morning I walked before work. Every evening I wrote in a journal. At first, I only wrote a few sentences. Soon I filled entire pages. I wrote about sadness. I wrote about hope. I wrote about the woman I wanted to become. One afternoon, Lucas visited the library. He carried 3 books to the desk. "You recommended these. Did you enjoy them?" "I loved every one." I'm glad. He smiled. I was wondering. Yes? Would you like to have coffee after your shift? For a moment, I became quiet. Months earlier, I would have said yes immediately. Now, I thought carefully. Finally, I smiled. As friends. He nodded. As friends. That evening, we sat outside the cafe. The sun was beginning to set. Lucas stirred his coffee slowly. You know, he said, you always seem calm. I laughed softly. You should have met me a few months ago. We all carry stories people can't see. That's true. He didn't ask me to explain. He didn't ask personal questions. He simply respected my silence. I appreciated that more than he knew. As we prepared to leave, he said, I hope today made you smile. It did. Good, he smiled. I think everyone deserves more days like this. As I walked back to Olivia's apartment, I looked up at the evening sky. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't thinking about Henry. I wasn't wondering where he was. I wasn't asking why he lied. Instead, I was thinking about tomorrow, about my students at the reading club, about the book I wanted to finish, about the flowers I wanted to plant on my balcony when I found my own apartment. My future no longer felt empty. It felt unwritten, and that gave me hope. A few days later, my phone rang. The screen showed Henry's name. I stared at it. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Then it stopped. A moment later, a message appeared. I'm sorry for everything. I know I don't deserve another chance, but I hope one day you can forgive me. I read the message once. Then I quietly deleted it. Not because I hated him, not because I wanted revenge, but because I finally understood something important. Forgiveness does not always require another conversation. Sometimes it simply means choosing not to carry the pain anymore. I put my phone away and smiled. Outside, the evening breeze moved gently through the trees. For the first time since my marriage ended, my heart felt truly free. 3 months passed. Life did not become perfect overnight, but it became peaceful. I found a small apartment only 10 minutes from the library. It was not large, but it was bright. Every morning, sunlight came through the kitchen window. I bought a small table for the balcony and placed 2 flower pots beside it. The first flowers I planted were yellow daisies. They reminded me that even simple things could bring happiness. The day I moved in, Olivia helped me carry the last box of stairs. She looked around the apartment and smiled. It feels like you. I laughed. What does that mean? It feels warm, it feels calm, it feels honest. I looked around. She was right. There were books on the shelves, family photos on the walls, and a soft blue blanket on the sofa. Everything in the apartment was there because I chose it. For the first time in a long while, I truly felt at home. One Saturday morning, Lucas knocked on my door. He was holding a small paper bag. I brought breakfast, he said. You didn't have to. I know. I invited him inside. Inside the bag were 2 fresh croissants and my favorite cinnamon rolls. You remembered, I said with a smile. You mentioned it once. His answer surprised me. He had listened. We ate breakfast on the balcony while the town slowly woke up. People walked their dogs, children rode their bicycles, birds sang from the trees. It was a quiet morning, the kind of morning I had always wanted. Lucas looked at the flowers. They're growing well. So am I replied. He smiled. I was hoping you would say that. After breakfast, we walked through the town park. The leaves moved gently in the wind. For a while, neither of us spoke. The silence was comfortable. Finally, Lucas asked, Can I ask you something? Of course. Do you still think about Henry? I took a deep breath. Sometimes. Does it still hurt? Not the same way. He nodded. I don't miss him anymore. What do you miss? I thought for a moment. I miss the woman I was before I stopped believing in myself. Lucas smiled gently. I think she's standing beside me now. His words touched my heart, not because they were romantic, because they were true. A few weeks later, I received an official letter. It was from my lawyer. My divorce was complete. I held the paper in my hands for several minutes. I expected to cry. I expected to feel angry. Instead, I felt peaceful. One chapter of my life had ended. Another had already begun. That evening, I visited my parents. My mother made my favorite soup. After dinner, my father raised his cup of tea. "To new beginnings," he said. We all smiled. To new beginnings. As I drove home, I realized something. For months, I had measured my life by what I had lost. Now I was beginning to measure it by what I had gained. I had gained confidence. I had gained peace. I had gained friends who truly cared about me. Most importantly, I had found myself again. One afternoon at the library, a young woman came to the front desk. She looked nervous. She borrowed a book about starting over after difficult times. Before leaving, she looked at me and asked, "Do you think people can really begin again?" I smiled. "Yes." She looked surprised. "You sound very sure." "I am." She thanked me and left. I watched her walk through the front door. I hoped she would find the same peace I had found. Later that week, Lucas invited me to the same hill where we often watched the sunset. We sat on a wooden bench. The sky slowly turned orange and pink. "It never gets old," he said. "No." We watched the sunset in silence. Then Lucas turned toward me. "I know you've been healing." "I have." "I also know you're not looking for someone to complete your life." I smiled. "That's true." He took a slow breath. "I don't want to rescue you." I looked at him. "I don't need rescuing." "I know." He smiled warmly. "I just like to walk beside you if you'll let me." His words made my eyes fill with tears, not because they reminded me of the past, because they respected my future. I reached for his hand. "I'd like that." He gently held my hand. There were no promises, no dramatic speeches, no perfect ending, just two people choosing kindness. And somehow, that was enough. Months later, life became beautifully ordinary. I worked at the library. I spent weekends with my family. Olivia still visited every Friday evening. Lucas continued writing his book. Sometimes we walked together after work. Sometimes we read quietly without speaking. Love no longer felt exciting or confusing. It felt peaceful. One rainy afternoon, I found an old box while cleaning my closet. Inside was my wedding photograph. I looked at it for a long time. The woman in the picture looked happy. She believed every promise. She trusted with her whole heart. I smiled softly. "I don't blame you," I whispered. "You simply didn't know." I placed the photograph back into the box. Then I closed the lid. Not because I wanted to forget, but because I no longer needed to live there. That evening, I stood on my balcony with a warm cup of tea. Rain fell gently onto the streets below. The yellow daisies moved in the wind. Everything felt calm. Everything felt real. I smiled to myself. There was a time when I believed my life had ended because one person stopped loving me. Now I knew the truth. My life had not ended. It had finally begun. If someone ever asked me what love should feel like, I know my answer. Love should never make you feel invisible. Love should never make you question your worth. Love should never ask you to carry all the pain alone. Real love brings peace. Real love brings respect. Real love helps you become more yourself, not less. My name is Emma. I am 32 years old. I once stayed too long in a marriage that had become cold and empty. Leaving was the hardest decision I ever made. It was also the best one. I lost a husband, but I found my courage. I found my voice. And most importantly, I found myself. Do you think Emma made the right decision by leaving Henry? Why or why not? What would you have done if you found the hotel receipt and the messages on Henry's phone? Thank you again for spending your time here with me. Take care of yourself, keep practicing English every day, and see you next time in another Tale Talk English. Hello and welcome to Tale Talk English. Today's story is inspiring, emotional, and full of hope, unexpected change, and personal growth. It will also help you improve your English listening and vocabulary through simple conversations and real-life situations. As you listen, try to imagine every scene, every expression, and every emotion. This is the story of a man who lost his job and discovered that one unexpected setback became the greatest opportunity of his life. I still remember the exact morning when my life began to change. At that time, I had no idea that one ordinary day would completely change my future. My name is Ethan, and back then my life was simple. Every weekday followed the same routine. I woke up at 7 o'clock, made a quick cup of coffee, got dressed, and hurried to work. I was an assistant manager at a small office in the city. The salary was not amazing, but it paid my rent and my bills. I wasn't rich, but I felt safe because everything was predictable. I believed that if I worked hard and stayed honest, life would always move in the right direction. I was wrong. That Monday morning, dark clouds covered the sky. The air felt cold and heavy, as if a storm was waiting to arrive. I reached the office 5 minutes late because traffic was worse than usual. As soon as I entered the building, I saw my manager, Mr. Harrison. He was standing near the entrance with a serious expression. He looked at me quietly before saying, "Ethan, please come to my office." My stomach tightened immediately. I followed him without saying a word. My mind filled with questions. Had I made a mistake? Had I forgotten an important task? When we entered his office, he closed the door behind us. He looked tired. Then he took a deep breath. "We've had to make some difficult decisions," he said. "Unfortunately, your position has been removed." For a few seconds, I didn't understand what he meant. "I'm sorry," he continued. "Today will be your last day." His words echoed inside my head. My last day. I stared at him without speaking. Everything around me suddenly felt quiet. "I don't understand," I finally whispered. "It isn't because of your work," he replied. "The company is reducing staff. This decision wasn't personal." But to me, it felt very personal. I had worked there for almost 5 years. I had arrived early, stayed late, and tried my best every single day. None of it mattered anymore. I nodded slowly, even though my heart felt heavy. I returned to my desk and quietly packed my things into a small cardboard box. Nobody knew what to say. Some coworkers gave me sad smiles. Others looked away because they felt uncomfortable. A few minutes later, I walked out of the building carrying the box that now held everything I had left from 5 years of work. Outside, the city looked exactly the same. Cars drove past, people hurried to their offices. Someone laughed while talking on the phone. Life continued for everyone else, only my world had stopped. I started walking without thinking about where I was going. Questions filled my mind. How would I pay my rent? What would I tell my parents? How long would it take to find another job? The more I thought, the more frightened I became. Hours passed before I realized I had reached a quiet park. The noise of the city faded behind the trees. A cool breeze moved through the leaves. Children laughed in the distance while birds sang above me. Everything looked peaceful. I found an empty bench and sat down. For the first time that day, I stopped moving. I simply looked at the ground. I felt like I had failed. After several minutes, I noticed someone sitting on the other end of the bench. He was an elderly man wearing an old brown jacket and a flat cap. His white hair showed beneath the hat, and he held a small notebook in his hands. He wasn't reading, he was simply watching the people in the park. After a long silence, he spoke. "Hard day?" he asked. His voice was calm. I looked at him with surprise. "Is it that obvious?" I asked. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Only to someone who has lived through many hard days." Something about his voice made me feel comfortable. Normally, I wouldn't speak to a stranger, but that afternoon felt different. "I lost my job today," I admitted. The old man nodded slowly. "And now you think everything is over." I looked at him. "Isn't it?" He closed his notebook. "No," he answered. "Sometimes losing something is the only way to find something better." I almost laughed. "It doesn't feel that way." "I know." "You don't understand," I said quietly. "I don't have much money. I don't know what I'm going to do next." The old man leaned back against the bench. "What is your name?" he asked. "Ethan." "I'm Bennett." We shook hands. His grip was firm, despite his age. "Tell me, Ethan," said the old man, "have you always wanted to do this job?" I thought about the question. No one had ever asked me that before. "I don't know," I admitted after a moment. "That's an interesting answer. I never really thought about it." "And why not?" "I was busy paying bills." Mr. Bennett smiled kindly. "Many people spend years surviving instead of living." His words stayed with me. I looked down at my hands. "I don't even know what I'm good at." He nodded. "That means today is more important than you realize." I frowned. "I don't understand." "You've been given a chance." "A chance?" I repeated. "It feels more like a disaster." He chuckled softly. "Most opportunities arrive wearing the clothes of disaster." I stayed silent. He continued. "When I was younger, I lost everything I owned." I looked at him with surprise. "Everything?" "Everything." "What happened?" "My business failed." "Weren't you scared?" "Oh, I was terrified." "What did you do?" "I kept walking." I frowned again. "Walking?" "One step at a time." He pointed toward the path that crossed the park. "If you stand still because you're afraid, nothing changes. But every small step creates another possibility." His words sounded simple, almost too simple. "I still feel scared," I admitted. "Good." I blinked. "Good?" "Fear means you're standing somewhere new." I had never heard anyone describe fear like that. For years, I had believed fear was a sign to stop. Mr. Bennett believed it was a sign to continue. "What if I fail?" I asked quietly. He smiled. "What if you don't?" The question caught me completely by surprise. All day I had been asking myself negative questions. What if I can't find another job? What if I lose my apartment? What if everything gets worse? Not once had I asked myself the opposite. What if something better is waiting? The sun slowly moved lower in the sky. Golden light spread across the park. People began heading home. Mr. Bennett stood up and placed his notebook inside his jacket pocket. "I should go," he said. I felt disappointed. "I still have so many questions." He smiled. "You don't need all the answers today." "So what do I need?" He looked at me for a moment before speaking. "You only need the courage to take the next step." "The next step?" "That's enough." He adjusted his cap. "Life becomes clearer while you're moving, not while you're worrying." Then he started walking down the path. After a few steps, he turned around one last time. "Remember this, Ethan." I waited. "You don't have to see the whole road." He smiled warmly. "You only have to see the next step." I watched him disappear between the trees. For a long time, I remained on that bench, thinking about everything he had said. Nothing around me had changed. I still didn't have a job. I still didn't know what tomorrow would bring. But something inside me felt different. The fear was still there, yet it was no longer the only thing I felt. For the first time since leaving the office, I felt a tiny spark of hope. I stood up, picked up my box, and slowly began walking home. I didn't know it yet, but that simple walk would become the first step toward a completely different life. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mr. Harrison telling me that my position was gone. Then I heard Mr. Bennett's calm voice saying, "You only have to see the next step." The two conversations stayed in my mind like two different roads. One road led to fear, the other led to hope. Early the next morning, I woke up before my alarm. For a few seconds, everything felt normal. Then I remembered that I no longer had a job to go to. The apartment was unusually quiet. Normally, I would already be getting ready for work. Instead, I sat at my small kitchen table with a cup of coffee and looked out the window. People were walking to work with bags over their shoulders. Buses stopped to pick up passengers. Life was moving as always. Mine felt like it had paused. I picked up a notebook from the shelf and opened it to a blank page. For several minutes, I simply stared at it. Then I remembered something Mr. Bennett had asked me. "What are you good at?" At first, I couldn't answer. I had spent so many years doing the same job that I never stopped to think about my own abilities. Finally, I wrote a simple title, "Things I Can Do." The list started slowly. I can organize schedules. I can answer emails politely. I can solve simple problems. I can work with spreadsheets. I can stay calm when customers are upset. I can learn new software quickly. I can communicate clearly. As I kept writing, I noticed something surprising. The page was filling up. Maybe my skills weren't extraordinary, but they were useful. For the first time since losing my job, I wasn't thinking about what I had lost. I was thinking about what I still had. That small change made a big difference. Later that morning, I opened my laptop and searched for office jobs. Hundreds of advertisements appeared on the screen. Most of them looked exactly like my previous job, the same responsibilities, the same routine, the same long hours. I started filling out an application. Halfway through, I stopped typing. A strange feeling grew inside me. Did I really want another job just like the one I'd lost? The answer surprised me. Not really. I wanted something different. But different also meant uncertain, and uncertainty was frightening. I closed the application without sending it. Instead, I opened a blank document. An idea had started growing in my mind. Small businesses often needed help organizing emails, managing appointments, and answering customer questions. Those were things I already knew how to do. Maybe someone out there needed help. Maybe someone would give me a chance. My hands felt nervous as I began writing. I introduced myself and explained that I could help business owners stay organized and communicate with customers professionally. It wasn't a perfect advertisement. It was simple and honest. I read it several times before placing my finger over the mouse. My heart was beating faster. "What if nobody replies?" I whispered. Then another thought entered my mind. What if someone does? I smiled. That sounded exactly like Mr. Bennett. Before fear could stop me, I clicked the button. My message was online. There was no turning back now. The rest of the day moved painfully slowly. Every few minutes I checked my phone. Nothing. I refreshed the page again. Still nothing. Hours passed. The silence became heavier. By evening, I started believing I had made a mistake. Maybe nobody trusted someone without experience. Maybe I wasn't good enough. Maybe I had been foolish for trying. That night, disappointment returned. I almost deleted the post several times, but each time I stopped myself. If you stand still because you're afraid, nothing changes. I could almost hear Mr. Bennett saying those words. The next morning, I reached for my phone before even getting out of bed. There was one new notification. My heart raced. I opened it carefully. The message was short. "Hello, Ethan. My name is Olivia. I own a small online gift shop. I saw your post and wondered if you could help me manage customer emails. If you're interested, please let me know." I read the message 3 times. Someone had actually contacted me. It wasn't a huge company, it wasn't a full-time job, but it was an opportunity. For a moment, fear returned. What if I disappointed her? What if I wasn't ready? Then I remembered another question. What if you don't? I smiled. This time I didn't hesitate. I replied politely. "Hello, Olivia. Thank you for your message. I'd be happy to help. Please tell me more about what you need." Her answer arrived only a few minutes later. She explained that her business had grown quickly and she was struggling to answer every customer message on time. She needed someone organized, patient, and friendly. Those were exactly the skills I had written in my notebook. Later that afternoon, we had our first video call. I was nervous before it started. I adjusted my shirt 3 times. I checked my internet connection twice. When Olivia appeared on the screen, she smiled warmly. She looked friendly and relaxed. "Thank you for meeting with me," she said. "I'm glad to be here," I answered. She explained how her business worked and showed me the customer inbox. There were hundreds of unanswered messages. Some customers wanted information about products, others wanted updates about deliveries. A few had complaints that needed careful attention. It looked overwhelming. Then Olivia said something unexpected. "I don't expect perfection." I looked at her. "I just need someone who cares." Those simple words immediately reduced my anxiety. She wasn't searching for the perfect employee. She was searching for a reliable person. At the end of the meeting, she smiled. "Let's try working together for 1 week." 1 week. That was all. It wasn't a promise, it wasn't security, but it was enough. After the call ended, I sat quietly in my chair. A week earlier, I had walked out of my office believing everything was over. Now, someone was trusting me with a new beginning. The future was still uncertain, but uncertainty no longer felt like an enemy. It felt like an open door waiting for me to walk through. I took a deep breath, opened my notebook again, and wrote one new sentence beneath my list of skills. Today, I took my next step. The following Monday, I officially started working with Olivia. I was excited, but I was also nervous. This was different from every job I had ever had. There was no office, no manager sitting nearby, and no coworker I could ask for help. It was just me, my laptop, and a long list of customer messages waiting for answers. Before I began, I took a deep breath. "This is your chance," I whispered to myself. I opened the first message and read it carefully. A customer wanted to know when her order would arrive. I checked the information, wrote a polite reply, and read it twice before sending it. Then I answered another message, and another. Slowly, I found a rhythm. Still, the first few days were not easy. Sometimes I spent 10 minutes writing a single reply because I wanted every word to be perfect. Once I accidentally sent the wrong tracking number to a customer. As soon as I realized my mistake, my heart started beating faster. "I've ruined everything," I thought. I quickly sent another message with the correct information and apologized for the confusion. The customer replied kindly, "Thank you for letting me know." That was all. The world did not end. It was a small mistake, and I had fixed it. That moment taught me something important. Making a mistake did not mean I was a failure. It simply meant I was learning. Every day I became a little faster, a little more confident, a little less afraid. By the end of the week, answering customer messages felt much more natural. On Friday afternoon, a notification appeared on my screen. It was from Olivia. For a second, I became nervous again. Had I done something wrong? I opened the message. "Ethan, you've done an excellent job this week. Customers are receiving faster replies, and several people have even thanked us for the friendly service. I would love to continue working with you if you're interested. I couldn't stop smiling. Only a week earlier, I had believed my career was over. Now someone wanted to keep working with me. I replied immediately, "I'd be happy to continue. Thank you for trusting me." After sending the message, I leaned back in my chair. For the first time in months, I felt proud of myself, not because everything was perfect, but because I had kept going. Over the next few months, things continued to improve. Olivia introduced me to another small business owner who needed help organizing appointments and replying to customers. Then another business owner contacted me. Soon I was helping 3 different companies. Each client taught me something new. One showed me better ways to organize tasks. Another taught me how to communicate more clearly. Every challenge became another lesson. There were still difficult days. Sometimes clients had urgent problems. Sometimes I worked longer than I expected. Sometimes I still doubted myself. But those moments no longer stopped me. Whenever fear appeared, I remembered the conversation in the park. What if you don't? Those 4 words had changed the way I thought about life. Instead of asking what could go wrong, I started asking what could go right. That simple change gave me the courage to keep moving forward. Months passed, my income slowly became more stable than it had been at my old office job. More importantly, I enjoyed my work. I could organize my own schedule, I had time to learn new skills. I even started taking online courses to improve my communication and business knowledge. Learning no longer felt like something I had to do. It became something I wanted to do. One quiet Saturday afternoon, I found myself walking through the same park where everything had begun. The trees looked just as beautiful as they had months before. Children were still laughing, birds still sang in the branches above. I walked toward the familiar bench. It was empty. I sat down and looked around, hoping to see Mr. Bennett, but he wasn't there. For a moment, I felt disappointed. I wanted to thank him. I wanted to tell him how much his words had changed my life. As I sat there, I smiled. Maybe he didn't need to hear my thanks. Maybe helping strangers was simply who he was. I looked at the path stretching through the park. People were walking in different directions. Some were alone, some were with friends. Everyone was moving towards something. I finally understood what Mr. Bennett had been trying to teach me. Life is not about knowing every answer. It is about having the courage to take the next step, even when you cannot see the entire journey. If I had never lost my job, I probably would still be sitting in the same office, following the same routine every day. I would never have discovered what I was capable of. Sometimes the event that feels like the biggest loss becomes the greatest opportunity. We simply cannot see it at the beginning. As the sun started to set, warm golden light filled the park. I stood up from the bench and looked at the path ahead of me. This time, I wasn't afraid of it. I knew there would be new challenges, there would be mistakes, there would be difficult days, but there would also be new opportunities, new experiences, and new reasons to keep growing. I smiled to myself. Losing my job had not been the end of my story. It had been the first page of a much better chapter. And if you are listening to my story today, I hope you remember one thing. You don't need to have every answer before you begin. You don't need to wait until you feel completely ready. No one ever feels completely ready. The important thing is to keep moving. One decision, one opportunity, one small step at a time. You never know where that step might lead. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you enjoyed this story and want to improve your English through simple and inspiring stories, don't forget to support the channel, TaleTalk English. Subscribe for more easy English stories, listening practice, useful vocabulary, and real-life lessons. Keep learning, keep believing in yourself, and most importantly, keep taking the next step. See you in the next story.